like the threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah. Ooh. Yo. Whoa. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, yeah. Threat. Yeah. It's a bet. Oh yeah.
Okay. Woo. Get close. Let's go. Chapman. Woo. Capo. Run. Woo.
You look like the threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Yeah, it's a bet.
like you're a threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, yeah. Threat. Yeah. It's a bet. Oh yeah.
Okay. Woo. Get tossed. Let's go. Chapman. Woo. Cut both. Run. Woo.
You look like you're a threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa.
like a threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat.
Hello and welcome along everyone to day 6 of the eFootball Championship Pro, Konami's official professional league for eFootball, featuring 8 of the biggest and best European clubs, as well as some of the very best eFootball players on the planet. For the last few match days, we've been giving you a behind-the-scenes look of our studio here in Barcelona. Well, today we wanted to show you the main stage. This is the main battleground where, of course, our players duke it out for supremacy. But come with me, because over here we have another wonderful part of the stage. Oh, the lights have even coming up for the two of you. We've got Wes, we've got Harry Trannon, our commentary team. Guys, how are we doing today?
Yeah, it's hotting up in Europe as summertime approaches. It's going to hot up in the studio as well. I was
going to say, it's hotting up in here too, eh?
But yeah, looking forward to today's matches. We've got some good ones.
Well, we certainly brought the rain and the thunder with us. Hopefully it gets a little bit stormy in here today.
And hail, guys.
Yeah.
In the middle of May.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
They knew we were coming.
They knew we were coming.
Well, thanks for bringing that fabulous English weather. We really appreciate it. But of course, we have a fabulous day lined up for you as well. So go ahead and buckle up, because Matchday 6 starts now. So as we said, things are hotting up. We're getting into the business end of the season. We're well past the equator with only 2 more rounds left to go in the regular league. And of course, we've got the knockout rounds just around the corner. So lots to be decided today. We could see teams either qualifying for that knockout round or even being eliminated without a chance left then, as we have these 2 fun rounds of action. Such a big day ahead. I'm Summer Hunter. I'll be your host with you today, as well as the rest of the competition. And of course, as we've already mentioned, my fabulous duo here of Harry and Wes. First things first, though, we've got to give you a big round of applause, because you held down the fort. You absolutely bossed it as the host. I can't really do it, so doing with the iPad. But how was the experience? Tell me all about it.
I can speak on behalf of everyone and say we're glad that you're back. It was very, very scary. But yeah, looking forward to having a seat this week. I'm going to give my legs a bit of a rest and obviously have a front row seat for the action today.
Well, you better get nice and cozy, because that man over there was really enjoying his time in the hot seat. He is trouble.
I am indeed. I'm like an elite level striker. You cannot leave me unattended, because this is what happens. I get shouty, I get hyped, and that's what happens. So yeah, but yeah, it's great to be back in the analyst chair. And again, as you said, we get a ringside seat, as it were, for what is to come.
I like that, a ringside seat. So we've got match day 6 and 7 still to look ahead to. The knockout round is going to be on June 24th, so still some time to go there. But before we dive into what is coming up for today, let's go ahead and look back on match day 5, because guys, you have to fill me in. There was quite a lot that I missed out on. I guess the first thing we can focus on here are the matches and the results.
Yeah, of course, there was a lot of drama and a lot of subsequent things to circle back to. We can see the results officially as they are here. Monaco and Barca splitting the points. You had Arsenal and Bayern going head-to-head, really. I mean, 6-3, the split there. Manchester United, 7 points to 1. And, of course, that game 3 from kills you, 7 goals in one game. Absolutely crazy. And then, as we saw, match 4 as well. Roma with 5 points to 2 against Milan. 2 talking points due to infringement of the team strength limits from Bayern München in Game 3 and Milan in Game 2 against Roma means their results have been overturned. So because those two players exceeded the 2,400 match limit, is that right, Wes?
2,430. Yeah. But it's still, as we have figured out now, every point counts within that team strength. And as we see, no doubt from the table, we'll see the effect it's had there, because that, as we've just seen it here, it's really bunched up at the bottom now, and it's started to kind of turn into a little bit of a two-horse race at the top as well.
Exactly. I was just going to say, we see Barcelona, Arsenal starting to pull away from the pack, just 1 point between them, and we'll see later on that they're actually going to be going up against one another today, so we'll see how that pans out. But 7 points behind them, Manchester United, perhaps the cut-off point for the top 3, 4, 5 positions, right? Then you've got AS Roma hanging on in there. Milan, another team as well, just 1 point outside at present. Inter, unfortunately for them, 9 points adrift. It looks as though they might be cut loose pretty soon here if they don't make up points right quick. But there's lots of fascinating things happening here. And we could see a lot of this changing as well throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, we certainly could, with each match yielding a potential 9-point swing. We could see this table go up and down. A couple of things to note, of course, with that infringement from AC Milan, they were within the top 6 at the end of the match day, but since have been demoted down to 7. So now they're on the outside looking in. They need to make up points.
And Bayern were also, what, second at 1 point
That's
last
correct,
time? And
yeah.
now all
So
of a sudden
they're
they're
now
fourth?
down to 4th. The other thing to mention as well, we need FC Inter to pick up points on this match day to give them within a shout of making the knockout stages. Only the top 6 make it there.
Well, it has been a very disappointing debut season for them, hasn't it? Well, let's go ahead, Wes, and take a look at the goal-scoring charts then. We see Torito still sitting very pretty, sitting at the top, enjoying the view from above, but he's got plenty of other competition kind of closing in on him.
Yeah, Killsu just completely gate-crashed it last match day, over double of his tally for the season. So he has kind of made himself well aware within this tournament, and of course, almost the honourable mention we always seem to go with, Harry, within this, is Merriman sitting in 6th. I mean, it does just go to show that the results that Inter have amassed so far haven't really reflected in terms of the amount of goals that they're able to put on the board. So, you know, again, there's a little bit of kind of, I hate to say, but unluckiness within that result for Merriman and for Inter as a whole.
All right, well, fantastic stuff. As ever, we see plenty of players enjoying their football, scoring loads of goals. And as ever, there's always beautiful goals, too. So we're going to take a look now and find out who has picked up the award for the best goal of the day for Matchday 5.
This week's goal of the week was scored by me. Check it out.
Certainly is waiting for runs there. Bruno, Fernandes, Fred, Rashford. Rashford trying to shape brilliantly, goes to the defenders, double turn. Brilliant finish from Rashford. That is a fantastic finish.
Oh my God, that's spectacular.
Lotfi is the lucky winner, scoring a beautiful goal with Marcus Rashford. And in fact, it's the second time this season that Manchester United have been able to pick up this award as well. So give a nice big round of applause as we bring out Lotfi onto the stage to pick up his handsome reward of €5,000. Hello, my friend. I don't have enough hands to give you a handshake, but please do take this from me. Thank you very much. So, second year running that you pick up this award. Pretty good, eh?
Yeah, very nice. Very happy to win it with Manchester United. Just very happy of this award. It's always good for the confidence, and the club make a maximum for us, so we want to give it back to them. And it's a award to put the club at the high of the scene. So it's always a good feeling, and hope I can win more and more with this club.
Wonderful. And speaking about confidence, you have a very big day ahead. You're 4th on the table, but you have the opportunity to enter into the top 2. But you have AS Monaco, the reigning champions, coming up later on this afternoon. How are you feeling ahead of that one? What's the strategy there?
Oh, we're feeling good. We don't have a special strategy. We will play our game like always. We'll play like it will be a very good match. I think the pressure is on their side because they play for the knockout stage. But we will try to make a maximum of points. If we can have a top 2, it's top. But let's see what we can do today. It will be a great game, I think.
I think it will be indeed. Well, very good luck to you. Enjoy it. Have fun.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your award.
Thank you very much.
Let's give him another round of applause, everyone. Fantastic. Things that you love to see, and of course Lotfi is not the only player here who can get his hands on this wonderful reward. Plenty of others have the opportunity to also pick up the Best Goal of the Day award. And beyond that, the MVP of the regular season will get 15,000 euros, as well as the MVP of the knockout rounds will also be prized with 10,000 euros. But of course, we'll see what happens there. That's to come in a future date. But for right now, we're going to turn our attentions to what's coming up in the immediate future and have a deep dive on Matchday 6.
Hello and welcome to the 5th match day of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 season, where 8 of the premier clubs in Europe are fighting out for supremacy.
Saidi has got a man over, should he look to use him? It's Baldo, near post! Oh, it's off both posts and in! And once more, Rashford in towards Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes, Sabitzer! Ah! It's there again! To Tell baits the defender, double touch, and there is it for Tell!
Oh my
Two
days.
double touches from Mestre. To the head, El Shaarawy finds Abraham, who finds Pellegrini. Pellegrini looking across the box, looking for Dybala!
Oh my days, Wes.
What a ball into the back post! It's Paulo Dybala!
Barcelona still top, but now you have Bayern, Arsenal and United all still in very hot pursuits. United versus Monaco. That's an absolute huge game for both of those clubs.
Manchester United is a big club. They have top players. They are my friends. So yeah, it will be a particular match because that's my previous club. So it will be like some kind of a derby for me, you know.
Look, Inter will need to come on out strong against Roma. They just have to go for it now, I think. You know, they've nothing left to lose. It is going to be something that we keep an eye on because Merriman has been scoring a lot of goals, but they just haven't been able to get results, and which puts points on the board. So that's going to be a bit of an issue for them.
Well, we are confident because we work a lot and we are a team, a true team when we are helping each other every time. We are training a lot together, but for sure will be a huge battle against Milan because they have a really good in-game squad and they need points to achieve the top seeds and to qualify for the next round. So I think it will be a massive battle.
Barcelona versus Arsenal, and that's European football royalty, right?
That is, and yeah, it's eFootball Championship Pro royalty as well at this stage. That's going to be fireworks, surely.
So the competition is hotting up very nicely, and that is just how we like it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the fixture list for today, the running order of events, and there's plenty of fascinating storylines to pick out from each one of these games. We have Manchester United against AS Monaco. It's a feisty one, it's an intense one against former teammates, wasn't it? A lot of these French players, they used to play together, didn't they? That's at 1:15, just around the corner. Then we have a Italian derby between Inter and Roma, both of them at the bottom end of the table, looking to make up for lost ground there at 2:30. Then we've got AC Milan against Bayern München, both of them looking to qualify for the knockout round. In the case of Bayern München, that means they could enter into the top two, which would see them go straight into the semi-finals. It's worth reminding you all that the top two in the league will go straight into that round of the knockout stages. The last but not least for the day, 5 p.m. we have a battle of heavyweights. Your face says it all. It's first versus seconds. It's FC Barcelona against Arsenal. Guys, everywhere you look, we're spoiled for choice today.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything this match day, doesn't it? Because of course, as you said, the first game we've got a bit of everything in terms of former teammates. Cam's going up against his former club. You have Killzu and Nexa and Lotfi going up against their former teammate in Usbekistan on the Monaco side. So there's a lot going on there. Italian derby on the second game. We need Inter to pick up points. That's non-negotiable on this match day if we want to keep them in this competition.
Because if they don't, mathematically they
not
could be out
possible
at the end of
anymore.
today, right? Yeah.
Milan versus Bayern, of course, the two clubs that had sanctions against them for infringing the rules last match day. So there's that. They both want to try and make up those points that they've missed out on. And then, of course, say no more, Barcelona, Arsenal, top two. We could see a new leader.
We could see a new leader. It would be very interesting to see, no?
Yeah, well, yeah. For
Was
me,
it 4 match days in a row Barca have been at the top, right?
yeah, pretty much. They seem to be
relinquishing the
reigning
hold.
supreme
Yeah.
at the moment, and I think it's the tale of those two groups that we've seen from the table. It's for these two games, it's Barcelona versus Arsenal. Of course, that's going to take a lot of the headlines, but that Inter versus Roma tie has got so much riding on it, as Harry said. That's going to be something where you're just going to have to see the battle from Inter. You're going to have to see something from them. And as we said already, they've been a little bit unlucky in terms of their results. They just need to kind of almost puncture through the wall and get through, just get some points on the board.
Well, it's going to be a very, very important day for a lot of these teams, and as we're seeing here, and of course, you should stick around all day long because it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it all unfolds. But before we turn our attention to the action, let's actually talk about something else, because guess what, guys? All of you at home, you can get your hands as well on some lovely, succulent prizes as well. So, guys, go ahead and tell them all what it is they can win.
Well, you can earn yourself 500 eFootball points. You said prizes. Points mean prizes, as we say in the UK.
Why not? Rewards, awards, call it whatever you want.
You're watching the match streaming service anyway. If you're already on YouTube, why don't you just log into your eFootball account via the eFootball client, click on the banner at the top of the screen, and you can earn yourself 500 eFootball points straight into your account just by watching. It makes no sense not to do that. So make sure you do that because you could be missing out on points if you don't.
I love how you're selling that, by the way.
Yeah.
I was going to say, and this one is slightly more complex. This one relies on the players here today, of course. It is the victory giveaway campaign. Of course, all of the teams that are participating, they will all have merchandise in line with the victories they get today. The more victories they have, the more things they have to give away. Of course, you can see things on your screen. Again, keep it locked to their official channels and you'll be able to pick up or at least get involved with their giveaways. As you can see some of the things on the screen. I need more merch. I need the merch. That's what I need.
We need you to have the merch.
I need it. I need it.
I'm
That's
still
what I
waiting
need.
for the day when both of you come out, parade through here with all of this fab merch and just show it off.
Be a
you know?
walking billboard,
Great.
we will
walking
be.
billboard.
Maybe for the knockout stages, because we dress up quite nicely for the regular season, you know, all prim and proper, but then the knockout stages, scarves, hats, balls. I'll start doing kicky-uppies on the,
We've got the socks, we've got the
desk.
boots, we've got everything, right?
Bit of everything.
I like it. Everyone gets represented in a nice, each individual, unique way. Well, of course, there's still more for you to get your hands on as well. By now, I'm sure you've seen that there's an exclusive set of cards, the club selection cards. You can get your hands on as well. Volumes 1 and 2 have already been sold out, so make sure that you get Volume 3 before it escapes you. The opportunity is not going to be around for too much longer. But I can tell you, the fans, those of you at home watching us right now, you absolutely love this. We've had some great feedback, and we've seen lots of these volumes flying off the shelves. Well, the shelves, the virtual shelves,
The virtual
anyway.
shelves.
But it's been adding a lot to fans, to the way that they play, to the games that they're playing at home. And it has some great features as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's fun because we get to watch the pro players here at the highest level use these cards, but also they're available for everyone at home as well. So if there's a position in your team that you're looking to bolster, you can obviously look towards the Club Selection Volume 3. Myself, I'm looking at the likes of Upamecano. You can see him on the screen right now. He looks like a really, really decent card. But honestly, all of these with the upgraded attributes can fill the holes in your squad. So makes sense to grab them while you can.
It does make sense indeed. Well, you have until May 22nd to do so. So time is running out. Make sure you get it done nice and early. And of course, as Harry already pointed out as well, make sure you collect your 500 eFootball points by joining the streaming from within the game as well. Well, speaking of games, let's go ahead and turn our focus onto the first matchup of the day that we have. Please give a warm welcome to Manchester United versus AS Roma.
I didn't see you guys. How have you been? Are you okay? Hello, everybody. I just woke up from a power nap, and for me, it's time to have a little training session with a friend to be ready for next match day. So let's go. Let's do it. So my routine is to just have some rest and train to be ready. If you see this, we have dedicated servers where we can train and practice for each match days. And now I'm gonna play with a friend. I'm in a PS5 party where people are talking. I think you can hear them. Let's see if they are here. Ouais, vous êtes là? Oh no, we have Nexus Irereche. Crazy. And I'm talking with Nexan PS5 party. He's telling me some things. But yeah. So talking in PS5 party and training is very important to be ready for next match day. So let's see. I'm gonna maybe have a drink and train. Let's go.
Well, we're about to see whether or not the power nap and the preparations from Cams are good enough. Thank you as always to Semra, getting us exactly where we need to be. Manchester United versus Monaco is our first game of match day number 6. We can see here in the hot seat for Manchester United, Kilzu, who is on red hot form after his match day 5 performance. 7 goals. It's going to be a difficult customer to come up against. On the other side, of course, we have, well, former teammate. We spoke about it yesterday at dinner, Wes. It's almost unfair to call it student versus master because Kilzu not so much a student anymore, but here is the master, Uz Maccabil, AS Monaco. The two go hand in hand.
Oh, absolutely, and it's only a short time ago that we were talking about Kilzu being the newest addition to an AS Monaco side, and now it's seemingly on the other side of the fence where he's lining up for Manchester United. And again, also in terms of teammates, Lotfi will know Usman incredibly well, as he will know Cams very well. As we've said, with a French contingent of players, they are both friends and enemies when it comes to this game. Once they come through that tunnel, all bets are off.
Of course, beautiful to hear from Cams in the video as well. Speaking to Nexa in a party chat. Of course, his opponent today on the other side of the stage. So friends turned enemies, could you say?
Almost. I don't think he'll be winning any Academy Awards for his acting from, just seeing you there. But again, it just shows you a little bit of humour from the players, and it does go to show that, they're not robots here. They are actually human beings, and there's a little bit more of the human side to them. But of course, once they get onto a console, it's very much, all business, as it will be today. And as we're waiting for these two to kind of make sure that their lineups are as they should be.
Of course, we can take a look at Kilzu versus Uz Maccabil. I mean, it's a wonderful matchup to start our match day number 6 here. You look at the two, I mean, form book, almost identical. You've got Uz Maccabil picking up 10 points for AS Monaco. On the other side with Kilzu, 10 points. Yeah,
and the important bit for Kilzu, coming into potentially, this would be a 3rd game in a 3-game win streak if he was able to overcome Uz Maccabil today. Of course, Uz Maccabil coming off of the victory match day 5 against the Palma. Again, has kind of been there or thereabouts, as you said, in terms of the points-wise that they have accumulated. Of course, at this point in the season, it's all about points. It's 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. Of course, you get nothing for a loss. But again, interestingly, getting your form to this stage at this part of the season would be of paramount importance going into a potential knockout phase. Of course, we do, have match day 7 to go through. Not that I'm wishing away match day 6, as we have so many good games to watch here today.
That we do, and it's not just the form book in terms of how many points they've picked up coming to this match day number 6. It's also the goals they've scored. Of course, the big one is, of course, the 7 goals last week from, or I should say last match day, 3 weeks ago now, from Kilzu. But Uz Maccabil second in the goal scoring charts with 14. Kilzu just 1 behind him in 3rd place. So if that tells you anything, Wes, we should see plenty of goals here in game number 1 of match 1.
You should say that, but of course the intangibles that you have going in as the opener, as we mentioned earlier on, we were talking off the broadcast about, you know, being the opener and being the closer of the day. You have kind of two things to really look at. If you're the opener of the day, you might have a bit of nerves going into it, and if you're at the end of the day, maybe a little bit of tiredness. You may have got here, as we said, you get here early in the morning, you're here all day, and there's those intangibles. So for these two here, they may feel a little bit of nerves, but I suspect, given the capabilities that we saw the gameplay out of these guys already, I don't think we'll be seeing any nerves from them whatsoever.
No, most certainly not. Here are the two men in question, just making last-minute changes. Of course, Kills You. I'm going to need you to wake up here, mate, please. Yawn.
Rise and shine, Kills You. This is your time.
We say student versus master, of course, if you're just joining us for your first season of eFootball Championship Pro this year. Cast your mind back a few years, some of you veterans. You can remember Kills You entering the league back when it was a 3 versus 3 competition alongside Lotfi and Uzmakabil, who had already had success in an established AS Monaco squad. A lot of questions around Kills You. He came in, I believe he won MVP his debut season under the tutelage of Uzmakabil. This is why we keep saying student versus master, because it's the man who gave Kills You the golden ticket he has to face here.
It's quite ironic that on one side of it you have Uzmakabil, who, as we said, had that ability to bring these players in and give them their opportunities. But it's slight irony, the fact that there are two debutant regular season MVPs on the other side. Nexa, of course, if you remember from, I believe it was last season, came through as that breakthrough star. And now you've got this assortment of talent within this Manchester United ranks that, you know, hopefully for their first time, may find themselves going through to a knockout stage.
Of course, another piece to the puzzle you have to remember, all of the Manchester United starting 3, Nexa, Kills You, Lotfi, formerly of AS Monaco. So they're going to have a little bit of insight in terms of how the squad, the virtual squad, will play, and of course how the captain, Uzmakabil, will be playing as well. But that man on screen that's just there, faded out, Cams, also last season with Manchester United. So you could say the same, that both clubs will have intel on each other coming into this one, as we are just moments away from kickoff.
Yeah, needle is the word you're looking for as well. A little bit of needle between both of these sets of players. They'll be looking to try and get one up on former teams that they were a part of. And it's going to be a tight game, I feel. I feel as though it'll be a goal or two in it for all of these players, because they have such knowledge between them of their intel. I think the real X factor here may be Zelo on the side of Monaco, as people don't really know and don't really have that much game film on him. You can't really establish a rhythm against the player you don't really know.
That is so true, and we spoke about it briefly when we walked in the building today, that the atmosphere has certainly changed in the building since the first couple of match days, where it's a bit of a party atmosphere. You get to see your friends that you've been playing against online for all summer long, all winter long. You finally see them in person. Here we are on match day 6, getting into the realms of clubs being mathematically eliminated from the competition. It's now a lot more tense in this building. It's a lot more business-like versus how it was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gotten a little bit more cagey. There's a little bit more tense. It's, as you said, that kind of almost festival atmosphere that we would walk into is now all of a sudden the reality is sinking in for these teams, that actually you're now at the business end of the season, and this is the part where you can't be in those bottom 2 places, and that's where we are right now. It's a case of you just don't want to be 7th or 8th at the end of matchday 7, and all of these points are now critical to any aspiration you have, whether it's top 6, whether it's top 2, whether it's just avoiding being out of that knockout phase. All of these points essentially now count double.
You are not wrong. On screens we can see Kills You and Uzmakabil both making those last-minute changes. Changes that could be the difference makers in match number 1. AS Monaco going up against Manchester United. two of the most, I would say, in-form players. They've had a couple of blips on their records, but Uzmakabil, three-time world champion, going up against former teammate Kilzu, who is coming off a 7-1 victory on the last match day. Game one's underway. United versus Monaco. Who will come out the victor? Of course, you can let us know at home as well who you think may be the benefactor of this game. As Ben Yedder's through 1-on-1, and it took 5 minutes for the master to open the scoring. It's Ben Yedder. It's 1-0.
It's that big time Ben Yedder as well. It was a fantastic find from Uzmakabil. Again, the opening stages of a game of eFootball, realistically, you're just trying to find your way through, and instead it looked as though it was Luke Shaw that was playing that pass onside for Ben Yedder. You can see the crossfield, as you'll see it again here. Beautiful ball from Golovin. Oh, sorry, I mistook myself. It was Luke Shaw that went to pressure him, beg your pardon. But again, it doesn't matter who's left them onside. The main story here is Uzmakabil is 1-0 ahead.
Monaco drawing first blood. In under 5 minutes of play. Of course, based on where AS Monaco, reigning champions of this competition, by the way, find themselves in the league, sending out Uzmakabil first is definitely a statement. Sending out the captain to tell his teammates, this is what we expect from this match day. It's that long ball again towards Ben Yedder. This time dealt with.
Well, the point to really hone in on with Monaco is, as much as we talk about Milan and Roma and Inter, Monaco are in that conversation of potentials to fall out of that top six. That goal is vital.
Chance for a spell of United possession now. 15th of the season for Uzmakabil. Martial is dispossessed. Passes to Savitzer. Martial can't get there first. And in the opening 15, Monaco are the club sitting pretty. Marcus Rashford feeds Martial. Just a little bit too heavy there. Kills you. Still early doors, but it's looking a little bit sloppy in that midfield at times. There's another example.
It's never easy coming out first in a match day.
It's a lovely cross-field switch to Minamino. Defensively, Kilzu holds up. Martinez. Long ball would not work. Fred, though, dispossesses, and Martial was on yet another inviting run. These cross-field switches from Uzmakabil are showing great vision, and he's prospering from it as well. Minamino. Golovin. Ben Yedder! Blocked by Martinez. Corner to come.
Sustained pressure from Uzmakabil now. For a moment, it looked as though Kilzu was just starting to find his way into the game, and Uzmakabil just now starting to take it back away from him. It's really good ball movement. Just a very good block there from Lisandro Martinez. Kilzu will be happy to see that go wide for a corner, but as we've known historically from Uzmakabil's corners, these are as good as penalties when they're in this man's hands.
Golovin on the set piece, Marapan at the front post for Fana. Half an hour gone now. It's again that crossfield ball, and Minamino's in here. Could be two! It is two! It's the crossfield switching of the play from the three-time world champion. Maccabeal is 2 up now.
Fantastic ball again, and we saw it a lot in Matchday 5. We saw it a lot of crossfield ball and crossfield abilities, and you'll see that hugging that touchline. It's a wonderful ball from Karamike. Completely takes the team out of it, and Minamino there at the back post to say thank you very much. And as we've said about these players from the volumes that have came out, Minamino earmarked as one of the better of those players to come out through the eFootball Championship Pro volume players that have come out. So really good use of that player.
Monaco 2, United 0. Here in game 1. May not be able to hear him at home, but as Maccabeal is lamenting every misplaced pass. That's a good one though. Boadu has Ben Yedder arriving! Clinical! There's no man better than Maccabeal controlling Ben Yedder in the box. It's 3. It's just the first half. Monaco 3, United 0.
You talk about difference makers. One is Wissam Ben Yedder. That is a fantastic finish from Maccabeal. Again, the confidence to take it on. We've seen so many times players do a dummy or do a supercan to take it back. Not this man. Takes it on first time and hammers it home. The 3 goals to 0.
That is some finish, by the way. Tucks it home into the corner. And he set about making a statement. David De Gea's come a long way there. As Maccabeal has scored 3 in the first half. Good knock on to Minamino, and another crossfield switching of the play here to Golovin. Martinez for company. You can tell as Maccabeal has a real idea about how he wants this team to play, where there's lots of long balls, switching. It's what we always lament about some of these teams that try and play a single play style, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, so to speak. As Maccabeal's playing to his strengths here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the key. You have to find the ID or the kind of the DNA of each club, and you have to play into the strength of it, because at the moment, this is all Monaco. 3 goals to 0 before half-time. I don't think anybody would have predicted it, given what we saw on Matchday 5 from Kilzu, but it is all as Maccabeal. Ball into the box, looking for Boadu.
Fred will clear, and I assume this will be the last action as Rashford gives chase. There is the referee's whistle. Monaco 3, United 0 here in game 1. And that 3rd goal, by the way, from Maccabeal, we said about making a statement. Top of the goal-scoring charts now. 17 goals this season alone.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. It was almost the synergy that we have on this commentary team of looking for stats there. He does take him ahead of Eterito, of course, has to play later on today. It's got a very long wait ahead of him. And looking at this here, this could be a very long day at the office of Kilzu. But again, the ability to score goals is not away from this young man. I would not be surprised if we see an answer or some type of response.
Second half well and truly underway. There is your goal-scoring tables. Back to where he feels he will belong. And Golovin here giving chase. De Gea's come a long way. When we talk about the atmosphere in the arena, starting to become a bit more businesslike. There is no man more businesslike than Maccabeal when it comes to these occasions.
When the chips are down, it's not a bad person to call upon.
Golovin again. Good defensive work by Varane, and Kilzu will be hoping, for Manchester United's sake here, that it will be a tale of two halves, but just hasn't gotten anything going in that final third of the pitch thus far.
I think that's a testament to how attacking Monaco have been. It's not been a case that they have rested on their laurels. Instead, they've just taken the attack to Manchester United.
So Marapan into the books with that foul. If this result stands as is, Monaco would be up into 5th. Just 6 points behind Manchester United, and of course still 2 games to come. So theoretically, as Minamino's in again here, slightly unlucky with the bounce, and Luke Shaw has given time to recover thanks to that. We could see Monaco and United be very even in the table. And Bouadou to make it 4! It's an absolute rout here in game 1. You're applauding, Wes. I think I know why, because that is a peach of a goal from Maccabeal.
Inch perfect execution from what I can only describe as one of the best to ever do it. It's a wonderful ball. Minamino clips one into the back post, finds Baudu on the volley. It's a rare one that we see where they're taken so expertly. Well, it's a fantastic finish, and it's 4-0 now for Maccabeal and Monaco.
Extending his lead at the top of the goal-scoring charts. Kills you trying to get something going here following the goal. There it is to make it official. Oh, he's gone for an optimistic one, trying to find David De Gea off his line. Do you think, Wes, Maccabeal would have studied this Manchester United backline and said, you know what, they play quite high up. Let's try and go for those long balls and try and get them on the back foot.
Well, it goes to say, certainly looking at what we're seeing so far, that there is a game plan and a blueprint to beat each team. And we say this constantly about teams looking at other teams and putting a play style in place to nullify what they are good at. And seemingly at the moment, Monaco have found that way to nullify Manchester United as Ben Yedder looks to play to Karenrique.
Yeah, he's here on the near side, but that one is just lacking in a bit of quality.
But you look at the players that Maccabeal has at his disposal at the back, Marapan, Disasi, both physically imposing individuals. So the likes of Martial, Rashford can't really get those knockdowns, aren't really able to kind of set those wheels in motion. And Kilzu hasn't had an answer for it.
Just over 10 minutes to play here in game. And might I say, this is one of the most commanding performances we've seen from Maccabeal in this competition. He's coming forward again here. Sarr to Minamino. That's Shaw for company, and well, it's a bit of an unforced error. And the reason we say it's such a commanding performance is because this is a Kilzu coming off a 7-1 victory on the last match day.
Yeah, and again, as we said, in terms of form, you would have suggested that, you know, form but would have maybe made Kilzu a slight favourite here. But of course, the quality of Maccabeal is undeniable at times. You see the ability that he has at his disposal, and you see how he puts that team to good use.
Defensively very impressive as well. He's on the attack here though. Look at that 1-2 to Fofana. What can he conjure up here? Shaw once more. Having to recover again. Pressure seemingly relentless from Monaco. And Embolo is there with the header. De Gea called into action. He's been a busy man today.
He has indeed, and again, it's not even necessarily been a bad performance that kills you, because I don't think he's really seen that much of the ball, and of the ball that Uzmakabeel is seeing, he's kind of given a new term of long ball counter, because it seemingly takes up the pressure, nullifies, and then just launches the counter and launches the long ball. And sometimes the most simple and effective way of moving the football is just punting it long.
Marapan at the front post again. Down to Diatta. Had a forest of players to try and beat. Ben Yedder has two to try and tackle, but instead it's he who's tackled. '90th minute now, and I think what is most impressive is obviously scoring the 4, but to keep the clean sheet if it stays this way against a previously free scoring kills you might be the most impressive aspect of it all. De Gea will kick away to make it official, and there you have it. Monaco 4, Manchester United 0 in game 1. And that man there has just put on a clinic on the stage.
Expert way of dealing with a Manchester United side that, again, as we've seen, have been fluid and they've been attacking. It just goes to show you that if you game plan against a team, you can reap the benefits of it. And that, again, as we talked about the complexities and the effects that it has on the table, that's a massive 3 points for Monaco, and that's a massive 3 points that have gone away from Manchester United in their aspirations here.
Well, we just saw briefly before cutting to these highlights as Uzmakabeel didn't want to leave his seat. He was so comfortable up there. We can see the goals. I mean, it started in the 5th minute, and honestly, he started as he meant to go on as Uzmakabeel. That was just class across the board. And of course, Ben Yedder, we've been screaming it for years. Uzmakabeel, Ben Yedder, they go hand in hand.
They do, certainly. They are the double act of the eFootball Championship Pro. And again, you talk about natural habitats. Uzmakabeel, when the lights are the brightest and the pressure is at its peak, he stands up and delivers for his team. And again, it's a wonderful performance from him. And again, it just goes to show, you know, looking at Kilzu on the other side of things, he just couldn't get going.
No, he could not, and unfortunately for him, he will now have 2 weeks until he can make amends on the next match day. There was goal number 3, that man Ben Yedder again. And that really should be an example to the rest of the competition in terms of switching up your game plan. How do you have a plan B? How do you realise who you're playing against and tailor your game style to play against them? There was the 4th, and it was a tale of very similar aspects of every single goal. That long ball behind the United defence, they just could not deal with it.
I think it's the mobility. So as much as, you know, as we said, you know, Varane and Lindelof are no slouches to say the least, but in terms of their mobility within the game, sometimes it is catching your opponent in the right set of animations, in the right set of circumstances, having a player that's outside of the defensive line, so it allows you to play an over-the-top through ball. Sometimes it is those types of instances that you have to watch out for. So you can have the greatest players on the planet, you can have your players trained to their maximum and all of the rest of it, but sometimes it's those intangibles of finding those situations you need to execute. And yes, it's all well and good knowing those situations, but the ability to execute under pressure, that is what has always impressed me about Uzmakabeel.
Well, congratulations to the 3-time world champion. 3 points in the bag for Monaco already here on match day 6. We can take a look now at who will be taking the hot seat for game number 2. Nexa versus Cams. You could argue in the transfer window, these two swapped clubs because, of course, Nexa of last season playing for Monaco, and then, of course, we had Cams on the other side for Manchester United. Should be a fun one. We've obviously seen Nexa on match days previous win goal of the match day, so there's a definite chance here for us to see some fireworks. We know what Cams is capable of on his day as well, so when We're looking at the form books. Nexa with 10 points to his name thus far this season. Cam's with half of that, only 5. So if you were trying to tip the scales in one direction, it probably would be to Manchester United here in Game 2. And that would be tonic to Manchester United's nerves after Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It would settle the team down just a little bit. And again, if you're looking at form and the way things have been going as of late, yes, you would look at Cam's and maybe suggest that there needs to be more points accrued. As we'll see, ball going in there towards Minamino. Yes, you may make that argument that you need to see more from Cam's. And of course, Nexa, as we've seen, is coming off of a little bit of a win streak of his own as well. So again, form book suggests that United may be favoured in this. However, as we've seen from the last game, that could all go out the window.
Game 2 underway. United attacking from right to left against AS Monaco with 3 points to their names already. From left to right, Rashford dispossessed by Sarr. And what will be intriguing to me is to see if Cam's has taken the lead, so to speak, of his captain, who's Maccabil, in terms of his style of play. That's nice footwork from Minamino. Kamara, nice double touch in the box, knocks it past Varane as well. Ben Yedder waiting to feed on any scraps, but we'll see if that long ball play style will come into effect here for Monaco again. Enrique crossed into Minamino, and Boadu is there, and it's wide. A really strong opportunity here to take the lead again early on in the game.
Big chance there. Again, Minamino just spotting Boadu in the middle. Just couldn't direct the header into the right place, and I think Nexa will be sparing his blushes a little bit there. I mean, he could have very easily gone 1-0 down.
Minamino just overrunning that one, but it's one back from the throw-in. Very strong opening 15 for AS Monaco. Can they capitalise? Kamara can't get onto that one before it runs out of play. Of course, last time out, Cam's with that 1-1 draw against Alex Alguacil of Barcelona. Is in possession now with Martial. Stunning strike is able to come off, but that one will just be a Monaco goal kick. On the other side, 2 wins on the bounce for Nexa, both 2-1 against Stifler on Matchday 4 and then Matchday 5 against Inter's Arda Golazo. So he'll be feeling in fine form, but right now it's all Monaco in the ascendancy as Minamino is dispossessed by Luke Shaw at the vital moment. Rashford, like a missile.
Went flying through trying to retrieve that ball. Didn't get the right purchase on it though, but it's fallen to Casemiro, to Rashford.
Still even in the game after 25 in-game minutes as Martial now tries to make that change, but cannot quite find the head of Bruno Fernandes. A very close opportunity indeed. Now Nexa coming to life. Here is Rashford. To the feet of Fred, and Rashford still continuing his run. That's a lovely ball though. Boadu's got in front of Varane and has Ben Yedder to try and find as well. Back to Boadu here and finishes it on the half-hour mark. It is Monaco once again in front against Manchester United, who up the other end look like they were about to score.
One word: composure. Superb bit of composure there from Camps. Could have easily tried to pull the trigger with Ben Yedder. Instead finds the extra pass. You'll see it here again. Varane, he did everything possible there to try and get back. And instead, it was a return ball from Wissam Ben Yedder. We'll see it again here. Again, the awareness just to play that pass back there. Flicks the ball away from Varane's challenge. It's Bawadou who gives Cams a 1-goal lead.
Very solid recognition there, because not only once that pass from Ben Yedder is found, there's also an opportunity, instead of pulling the trigger, could have potentially played one more. I think he caught everyone by surprise by doing that. And reap the rewards as Monaco gallop into a lead.
We've seen it so often before with players that won't pull the trigger and instead will go for an extra pass. Here's Martial into Rashford.
Oh, Rashford inside of Sarr and almost sneaks through everyone there. Savitzer with the cross. Martial is almost following that one through to the goal. This one will be a corner, I think. Varane at the front post. Second chance effort here from Bruno Fernandes to cross it in towards Martial. And Monaco have looked very slick on these counter-attacks. Here's Minamino. Who can he find now? Ben Yedder got the right side of his defender, but the service not quite good enough that time round. Switch of the play again to Minamino. Shaw comes short, and then Ben Yedder! Oh! It skims the outside of the woodwork. That cross-field ball to Minamino is always an option.
It is always an option, but it's what you do with it when it comes to Minamino. It's a great ball into Golovin, neat back heel, and again, first-time strike from Ben Yedder. Just couldn't. Yeah, there you can see the frustration there from Nexa. We'll have to keep a cool head if he's looking to get back into this game.
Into stoppage time here in the first half. I think based on body language, that will be the last throws of the first half of game 2. Monaco 1. United 0. This was not in the running order, Wes. we definitely didn't expect this one. So far, Monaco looking for, well, to be on track for 6 points out of 6 unless Nexa can reply.
Certainly, if you'd just read it via the form book would have said that Manchester United would have edged this. Instead, as we all know, if games were played on paper, there'd be a whole raft of different results that would happen, but it just goes to show that anything can happen in the eFootball Championship Pro. As we'll see, De Gea look to launch that one forward.
Golovin now. Seeing this so often, not only from Özbekapil in game 1, but also here in game 2. Playing down this left side and then looking for Minamino on the right. Switching of the play has been Monaco's best friend so far.
What works is what works, Harry, especially in these environments. And again, if they have found a loophole, as it were, to this Manchester United defence, then they will look to try and exploit it. Sabitzer in on goal!
Sabitzer with the unfortunate touch there. Just showed too much of it to Nubel. Nexa starting to come to life now. Here is Savitzer again, but can't get it under his spell. Speaking of spells, good one from Manchester United. Here is Savitzer and Martial! All it takes is one. And United are back in it now. Our goal of the day winner from Matchday 2. finds his feet here on Matchday 6. United 1, Monaco 1. You know what I'm going to say, Wes? Game on now.
Indeed it is, and as what we said, keep your composure, keep your mentality, and just keep chipping away. A chance and opportunity will come, and as he did here, we'll see Martial gives it to Sabitzer, back to Martial. It's the first time strike. Again, just finding that one place where there's not a defender, there's not a goalkeeper. You can see the kind of the disappointment has now turned to a little bit of kind of fire within Nexa. And now we have ourselves a game.
That we do. Boadu just almost getting in behind Luke Shaw there. On the hour mark, near enough. Nexa with his 9th of the season has only failed to score on one match day so far this season, and that was all the way back on match day 1. And it's exactly what Manchester United ordered. There's 3 black shirts in the box to aim for here as well, but Varane so strong defensively. Fred's won the ball back here. Bruno Fernandes with another very, very heavy touch. Just had too much about him there, carried too much speed into the penalty area. Enrique on the near side. Is there any service here? Golovin. 3 to aim for. Corner to come.
Next goal is critical. It goes without saying. Next goal here will really determine where this game goes.
Nothing comes of the corner. 20 in-game minutes remain. Or Martial. What can he do here? Bruno Fernandes. Martial just covered by too many black shirts there.
He's looking for a man over on the right-hand side that just wasn't there to receive the ball.
Nexa definitely stronger here in the second half of game 2. Rashford and Fred combining. Do not blink as we enter the final 10 in-game minutes, because this one could absolutely turn on its head one way or the next. No substitutes thus far, Wes. I wonder whether or not there might be some tweaks here following this stoppage. Both players happy to carry on.
They say no guts, no glory, as the saying goes. They will certainly be duking this out with tired legs on the field, and we'll have to see whether that is a smart enough strategy from either player here.
Kamara. Monaco looking to reinstate their lead, but they've won a free kick here. Sabitzer protests, but that will be in vain. And now come the changes.
Final minutes here, you'll see there Rasmakabil, bottom right, or bottom right hand side of your screens here. Rasmakabil giving Cams that knowledge base to maybe make some suggestions for him on the right hand side. On the left, of course, you can see Lotfi and Nexa conversing, but here will come the corner. Sorry, free kick even, as it were.
Can Cams conjure up? He goes for goal, and just a little bit more curl on it. Caught everyone off guard there.
Keeper was stranded there. You may not have heard it at home, but you probably certainly saw the reactions on the cameras. Monaco knew how close that was.
small margins. Just needed a little bit of curve. Can United make them pay? Good beating of the press here from United. Nexa chasing that winner here in the 90th minute. Casemiro wins the ball back. 3 minutes added on. Casemiro. Martial on to Rashford! From 1-0 down, the Golden Boy steps up. You can count on Nexa this season. He never gave up. This second half belongs to him. It is United 2, Monaco 1. They're on their way to a huge 3 points.
Mentality monster there from Nexa to show those powers of recovery. It's a wonderful ball in. Again, awareness. Martial gets that vital flick, and it's Rashford near post and hammers it home. And you can see what it means to him.
Cams can't believe it. Neither can he. Following the goal, the changes to come. Cams wants a shot at redemption straight away, but Nexa, such a young man, has such an old head, willing to put more bodies behind the box and behind the ball, I should say, and make sure that this 3 points comes back to Old Trafford. Mbolo, Diatta, Luke Shaw clears up the pitch, and I think that will be all she wrote, unless there's time for a third. There is not, but 3 points go back to Manchester. What a game too between those two.
Big 3 points there for Manchester United. Big 3 points, and it was, again, it was the tale of the big time. It was the tale of the big time. It's Marcus Rashford, the game winner in injury time, and you know, I can tell you this from experience, they are the sickeners. They are the worst types of goals to concede, is injury time winners. They are the worst to experience, but if you can put one home on your benefit, they are the best goals to score. And as we saw from Nexa's reaction, delighted with that. And again, now splits the spoils as it stands. 3 points apiece.
That it does, and it did start quite even between the two clubs. You could say Monaco had the better of the chances, but this is what opened the scoring on the half-hour mark. Just when it looked like United up the other end might find some joy. Bawadu and Cams, they combined, but it's so difficult at this level of competition, Wes, to, when you're 1-0 down, hang in a game and just not let the emotion and the occasion overcome you. With that equaliser from Martial, came at the perfect time. Before the hour mark, you've got changes that can come if you need them to. But most importantly, gives you time on the clock to try and steal all 3 points, which is what he did in the end.
No, so pardon the pun, we've seen a real evolution from this Manchester United side in terms of their personalities and their abilities to move forward in adversity. They are finding their ways, and they are finding a way through that adversity. And again, it's the coolness under pressure. We talk about composure, we talk about these intangibles. That is it in abundance right there. To have that ability to go 1 goal down, to be in a very difficult game, and as you'll see for the reaction there, means everything to them.
I was hoping we got some sound on that replay. After seeing it without sound, I was hoping to hear some of the emotion, but that makes it 3 wins on the bounce now for Nexa. All 3 coming in 2-1 fashion. 2-1 against Arda on Matchday 4. Matchday 5, oh, excuse me, Matchday 5 was against Arda. Matchday 4 was against Stifler, and now, as we've just seen, 2-1 against Cams. For now, though, we look to game 3. will be Zilo for AS Monaco, taking on Lotfi of Manchester United. And with the points shared thus far, the room's gone a little bit silent here as now the tension starts to creep up to not only us as commentators, I mean, we can feel it in the room, but also these two players waiting, having waited patiently thus far, seeing their teammates be in the spotlight. Now it's their turn for potential glory. It's difficult to say which way this one's going to go because you brought up a great point when we were at dinner last night, Wes. It can be sometimes difficult to go up against a player who has joined the league mid-season. Zilo has done just that, only has 2 match days under his belt thus far. It can be difficult to prepare for that because you just don't really know what you're going to come up against.
Well, not to mention the players that he's came up against since he's come into the league. You know, we had as much as we joked about it on broadcast, we had the Z-Tech Bowl against his older brother, Osterbuch. That ended in a 3-3 draw. Last match day, it was against Etorito, and that was a difficult game. There have been difficult games that have come by, and Zilo has not looked out of his depth here. So for Lotfi, there is danger and peril within this game. However, of course, we do have to remember the ability and the operator that Manchester United have in Lotfi. You know, it's no slouch when it comes to the game. He's been there and done it a lot around this entire esports ecosystem that is here, and he will want to go and do it again.
Goal of the match day winner, of course, from last time out. We'll be hoping he and the epic big time Rashford can combine here once again on match day 6. It is Lotfi versus Zilo. Lotfi, who has won this competition in years previous, has had a bit of an off season, I guess you could say, thus far. Only 5 points to his name between match day 1 and 5, so we expect him to pick up results eventually, whether that will be now or the knockout stages if Monaco can get themselves there. Oh, excuse me, Manchester United. Oh, damn it, old habits die hard because, of course, Lotfi spent so many years in Monaco. At some point, Lotfi is going to pick up the pace. The question is, will it be now or the knockout stages if United get there?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at again, we talk about the players he's come up against: Etorito, Kirito, Osterbuch, Stifler. As we've said already, in abundance whenever we've been commentating over the eFootball Championship Pro, there's no such thing as an easy game. So, yes, it's going to be difficult, but it's not impossible.
Well, as we're blabbering on, the match has got underway here. Game 3 between Zilo and Lotfi. United attacking left to right, Monaco coming the other way with Minamino.
I'll try and pose a question to you here a little bit. If you're either one of these teams, both from a Monaco perspective and a Manchester United perspective, do you settle for a draw here and take 4 points each? Because the way that this game is setting up, it's vital to both teams' aspirations. But sometimes you might just need to be conservative. As Baudu goes in, it's hit the post.
Still alive here as Lotfi tries to steady the ship at the back and actually can turn that into attack now. Martial, and he scored! From coast to coast, almost conceding at one end, all the way up the other. Martial, United take the lead.
What was I saying about settling for a draw? Curse the commentator strikes again.
That it is.
Again, it went from one end to the other. Baudu hits the post. It's those fine margins. Instead, Lotfi takes it up the other end and finds the finish with Martial. It's a brilliant finish from him and finds himself a goal up here.
It's a fine finish indeed. And how much will Zilo rue his chance up the other end? Lotfi's 9th of the season. What idea there from Zilo, and as we said before with Nexa in the previous game, there's a mentality, a certain mentality you have to have when you concede to be able to pull yourself and your team back into a game. We're going to see now if young Zilo has that mentality about him. Ben Yedder, Baradu just had Lindelof between him and the goal.
I think he had more space than he realised there.
Marcel Sabitzer. Fred here with plenty of room in the midfield, and this is where Lotfi applies most of his trade on the counter-attack here. At least that's true thus far this game. Rashford here giving chase, and he'll actually let that one run. That's a goal that, as things stand, puts United level with Arsenal in the league table. No bell claims, but both clubs on 31 points. Just 1 point behind Barcelona, of course. Arsenal and Barca still to play later on today. That will be one you do not want to miss. Minamino. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Can Kamara corral this one in? He goes straight for goal. The keeper saves well.
Had to take that strike on, he had to.
There's a bit of deja vu here, Wes, as Lotfi's coming up the other end after almost conceding, as Martial is offside. Very close.
Yeah, it's good ball movement, and again, it's like you said, they're kind of Lotfi kind of sitting back and allowing that pressure to mount and then just reversing it very quickly.
That's a lovely ball. Minamino now inside the box. Beats the first man, but I think this one will go all the way through. Will it even be a corner? I don't think so. Ricocheted off a Monaco man last. Top goal scoring tables currently. This currently puts Lotfi inside the top 10. Has defending to do now though, as Baradu was queuing up.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Half time is imminent. Casemiro clears. And that'll do it for the first half. United the happier of the two clubs. But a 1-0 lead is a slender one, Wes.
Very much so, and given the nature of the goal as well, that reversal of pressure, the nature of the goal didn't really come, it wasn't, how can I put this, it wasn't with the run of play, as it were. You kind of, in that point, you didn't really have a real kind of team that was sticking out as being in front.
Of course, the goal is Manchester United's only strike on goal so far. Only shot attempted, so Lotfi trying to be clinical. This could be a very important second half for Monaco's season. And for United's, in truth, of course, they're chasing down the top two who play each other. And our final game, our final match of today's match day.
I think looking at as well, other interesting parties, AS Roma, AC Milan, FC Inter will all be interested in how this game finishes up here, because again, as we've said already, every kick and every goal is changing the league table as we see it.
Monaco needs you now, Zilo. Optimistic one, perhaps, from Lotfi there.
Trying a little bit of the Monaco playbook there. If anything you can do, we can do better, but didn't quite get the execution on it.
Rashford, has he stayed on side here? He had, but nothing coming of it, and that might be to their detriment here, as Boadu is going to retrieve this one. Has Varane for company. Ben Yedder's up there as well.
Great defending there from Lotfi. Pulled away from the attacker at the right moment. Just allowed himself the space to regain it, but Kararike's coming back the other way.
Boadu's here as well. Ben Yedder, lovely double touch, just trying to wriggle around a maze of United defenders.
Stifled again by Rafael Varane.
Signs of life here from Zilo and Monaco. Minamino doesn't have anyone in there at the moment. Now they're arriving. Boadu's there. To the feet of him again. Minamino trying a 1-2. Boadu is in the net. Has it stayed onside? He has. It's the equaliser. United won, Monaco won just like that. A period of sustained pressure from Zilo, and he reaps the rewards.
Mistake by Lotfi. Manual goalkeeping. Tried to read where that header was going, instead left it all agape there for Zilo. And again though, Zilo won't care. It's time to run to perfection, time to pass to perfection. You can see where, you can see the method, you can see the working out. It's just he's not come up to the right sum at the end. And Zilo with the equaliser, as Maccabeal urging him to relax and calm down and get himself back into the game here, but this game is not over by a stretch.
Certainly not. Goal number 5 on the season for Zilo, who's only played 3 match days, by the way, including this one. And that sets us up very nicely for this final 20 in-game minutes. You'd almost argue a draw doesn't really suit either side here, with United's aspirations in the league, trying to chase down the top 2 in Barcelona and Arsenal, and of course Monaco looking to try and extend away from the bottom chasing pack of Roma, Milan, Inter. Point doesn't really do either side any favours here. Bruno Fernandes, Rashford, Martial is offside. He's offside, it won't count. The flag went up very early. Nice finish, but it's been ruled out.
It has indeed. Again, it was really good ball movement. You could see where the idea was. Again, just moves a tad too early. And as a result, that'll be chalked off. Okay, now 14 in-game minutes left, plus a little bit of stoppage time. And now you'll see the changes and substitutions coming in here. Looks like it's Iqbal on for Manchester United. Looks like it's Diatta and Mbolo on for Monaco.
I do love this, Wes, because obviously you're very interested in the pieces of the puzzle out there on the virtual pitch. I love seeing Zilo and Maccabeal talking to each other. three-time world champion giving you advice. It's a very privileged position to find yourself in.
It's not a bad corner man, is it? It's not a bad corner man.
As he's done many years previously as Maccabiel bringing up the young talent. Time will tell if his trust has been placed correctly. For now though, Lotfi into the feet of Rashford. What can he do here? Oh, it's a penalty, I think. A Manchester United penalty. Rashford dispossessed unfairly.
It's a big moment in the game and the season.
Rashford for Lotfi versus Zelo. He tucks it away emphatically. United now back in the lead with just over 10 in-game minutes to go. 2-1.
Pivotal goal in the season for both Monaco and for Manchester United. You see the shoulder charge in the back. Although he doesn't go to the ground, the referee says, no, that's enough. Hammered home by Rashford.
Zelo guessed the right way.
It's too much power on it. That was hit and stayed hit by Marcus Rashford. See how much this means to Manchester United to get this one over the line.
I think we just caught the tail end of the celebration there from Lotfi. Of course, we've seen as Maccabiel have to remove himself from the stage, and of course the goal went in a minute or two ago now. He's only just re-emerged from the back of the stage as we see tweaks happening here.
Well, as we said, that energy has changed from excitement and happiness to nerves and tension, and again the realization that Monaco could be in some real trouble here.
If things stay the same, they would only be 4 points clear at the bottom two.
And again, flashing forward to Matchday 7, then at FC Inter. So looking at it, they would have to potentially beat one of the teams that's around them to secure their place.
So here we go then. An important period of game 3. The final 10. Can United hang on to this lead? Good switch to Minamino. Here's Diatta up against Lindelof. Double touch again from Minamino. And Bolo dispossessed.
Vital challenge there by Martinez. Danger's not gone though. Here's Ben Yedder.
Near side for him. Ben Yedder, Minamino. Cleared by Lotfi.
Anywhere will do for Manchester United right now.
And that one will be a very welcome throw in. Final 5 in game.
Lotfi has been such an expert over the years of how to take away a game and completely kill it off. He will need all of those years of experience to close this one out.
That's
looks like go for a corner,
by the way. Vital, because Ben Yedder was waiting. He was waiting free in the box. Monaco corner now. Maripan knocks it on. Mbolo, and oh no! What can you say? There is nothing Lotfi can do but watch and wait agonisingly as the ball trickles over the line.
After 89 minutes
It's a Monaco equaliser in the most bizarre of fashions.
You put the ball into danger spots and you hope for something to happen. Again, Luke Shaw, he's made the block, but the ball just trickles away. And as you said, there's nothing he could do to stop that from trickling in. You can see the wry smile on his face. I think he knows there's nothing more he could have done.
But there's a strange energy in the room now, because we're back to where we were about 5 minutes ago, but in the most bizarre of circumstances.
Again, as you rightly said, though, if this finishes in a draw, it doesn't really benefit anybody.
And there's still eFootball to be played.
4 added minutes has been indicated.
4 in-game minutes to go. Zilo's 6th of the season. He's done so well to claw himself back into this game.
Might not be over here.
May not be, as Minamino is through one-on-one. Can he beat De Gea? No!
What a save. Tried to fake him out with the super cancel and the dummy, and instead he had such an opportunity there, and the animation from De Gea, as we've seen, leapt into the air, and it was just it looked like the balls of his ankles that made that save. You'll see the reactions again.
Well, I think we're underway here.
Corners there though, danger is not over.
Still alive here for Monaco to steal the points. Bolo's the target, it might bounce nicely for him. There'll be another corner here.
And you can hear the VIP area. A lot of people are watching this game with vested interests at heart here. Last kick potentially off the game.
Rashford's there on defensive duty, and the points are shared in game 3. And I don't think either player will be too happy about how that one played out in truth. United 2, Monaco 2, 4 points each. Former teammates, friends, they all respect each other, but that was the most bizarre game of eFootball, the bizarre ending I've ever seen.
It just goes to show that anything can, will, and probably most definitely will happen when we come to these league games. Again, an unbelievable finish in the strangest of fashions.
So bizarre, because the equaliser in itself was unfortunate for Manchester United, but then what followed, I mean, that David De Gea save where he leaps up in the air, saves it with his foot, I think it was.
You'll see it again on the replay, surely.
There was a chance for Monaco to steal all of the points, but it started in the 15th minute of the match where Martial tucks it home, and of course then Lotfi's thinking to himself, yeah, you know what, this is pretty easy, this eFootball Championship Pro stuff. And just when it looked like he had a period of play where he was dominating, back comes Boadu for Zilo. And at that point, with plenty of time on the clock, you're thinking, yeah, okay, this one could go either way. And then what followed from one apiece, Semra, I mean, I don't really know what to say, because we had the penalty, which was unbelievable. Zilo guessed the right way, but too much power behind it. But what followed in the final 10 in-game minutes, almost indescribable, really.
I think what we can say is that Manchester United, they may be the Red Devils, but Monaco were a bit devilish themselves, right?
I like that.
They really stole Manchester United's thunder. We have to remember, for a few minutes when Lotfi was in the lead, and he had talked about at the beginning of the day the confidence that he had going into this one, not just for him, but for the whole team. They were actually level on points with Arsenal in third, and it was just a separation of goal difference. But unfortunately, as was pointed out, there's vested interests at heart upstairs in the VIP area. Those for Arsenal, for Barca, they'll be very, very happy and breathing a sigh of relief given what happened from the goal at the very end.
The most animated I think you'll ever see is Maccabeel, because he was off the stage, on the stage. Every time I was looking up there, he was either sat in his seat or he was bouncing around.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone suffer so much.
But that last minute one-on-one, I mean, saves a point really for Manchester United.
All right, well, let's find out a little bit more about what went wrong in the end for Manchester United, missing out on such a great opportunity to really close in on the top two. Well, Lotfi, their captain, is with Wes right now. So, Wes, let's find out what else to say.
Thanks very much, guys. Lotfi, first of all, I don't know whether it's congratulations or commiserations in terms of how that last game panned out for you. 4 points out of a possible 9. How are you feeling after that match day?
Yeah, the feeling is strange because we lost 2 points at the last minute. But well, like I said since the start of the league, it's only a preparation for the knockout stage. It's our main target, so we will take experience of all these games. I think we played good because some games it was very hard to attack. Our players didn't react like usual. So I think we made the maximum with what we had today. So we made great things. So some things not good too, but yes, it was a good match day anyway, and we will try to work to make better and be ready for the knockout stage. For us, it's most important.
Yeah, I mean, and talk a little bit about the mentality that we saw on stage. You know, we saw you guys, being behind in games, then getting yourselves back into it. You managed to keep your cool. We saw a little bit of animation, obviously. The right smile from you as that last minute, equaliser goes in. Talk to us a little bit about the mentality that you guys have in terms of how positive it's been.
Yeah, for sure. It's like that. The mentality is the most important in tournaments. And yeah, it was like a mind game because we speak French like the other guy. So sometimes we tell some things and they understand to affect them, and they do the same. But yeah, it was good to and we learned I think a lot, like in every match day. And like I said, okay, we are not totally happy because we always want 9 and it's not a win, but we learned, and like I said, we want to be ready for the knockout stage. It's the most important for Manchester United.
Great stuff. And of course, just looking ahead very much to the last regular match day, Bayern Munich, of course. Thoughts on those guys very quickly?
It's a very big team, for sure. Big players. It will be a great battle, like always. But yes, for sure, it will be a very nice game, and last game of the league. So the last game to learn before the most important on this league. So yeah, we are looking forward to play it.
Great stuff. Well, again, brilliant to talk to you once again. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Wes, as well as Lotfi. Lotfi obviously talking about what happened there for Manchester United today. In the end, losing out on some points. But I suppose they're at least one of the teams that are still keeping a little bit of pressure on those that are in the top 2 positions right now. And it was really interesting to hear how he was saying, not only, of course, were they former teammates from both sides, but the French element, the same language, it kind of gives away any sort of secrets that you may have. It's a little bit difficult to try and keep things from your opponents when they can eavesdrop and understand exactly what it is that you're asking your teammates to do.
Yeah, unless you can come up with some kind of secret language
between
yourselves.
Right?
There's no real hiding places up there on the stage. It always scares me when players like Lotfi say, it's the last match day of the season. It's gone so quickly. I don't know where it's gone. Next match day in 2 weeks. But yeah, it's a bit of a dampener, I feel, maybe on the United's mood, considering they were 2-1 up with, little time left on the clock. If that result had stood, they would have been level on points with Arsenal. Now they find themselves 2 points behind them, which is a bit of a different mentality shift for Arsenal going into their match today. Thinking, oh no, we've got United level on points versus, okay, we're still clear of United. So, yeah, I think they'll be slightly disappointed with that, but what a game. What a match one.
What a match, and what a match we have coming up as well. We have 2 teams in the bottom area right now, one in which is looking to qualify for the knockout stages in June 24th, and one is just looking to stay alive in the competition full stop. It's FC Inter versus AS Roma.
you're doing fine. It's El Matador. Yeah, had a very long day, full-time job. Football was on the plan, so we visited the real pitch and came home a few minutes ago. And now we will train for the next eFootball match day. Hope you will enjoy. See you guys.
Hi guys, I'm SR Stifler. I'm a pro player of AS Roma esports. Today I am at cafe having breakfast. I'll show you. After go to training for the next match day. We need to get point for the knockout stage. See you on the eFootball channel. See you in Barcelona, guys. Dai Roma.
Well, thanks to both El Matador and Stifler for their messages, of course, speaking to the fans and saying, you know, we're up for this. Bit disappointed Stifler didn't bring us any croissants or coffee from his cafe breakfast he was having there, but we'll maybe forgive him for it if he can put up a good performance today. These two clubs, though, in similar positions of the league, but they have quite a big disparity in terms of points, don't they? At this point, we need Inter to pick up points to keep themselves alive and in the hunt going into the next match day against AS Roma, who find themselves in a position very precarious right now. They don't want to be in that fight coming to the final match day. They want to find themselves, as we always say, Wes, with a seat when the music stops.
Absolutely, indeed. In the world of eFootball and the world of the eFootball Championship Pro, it is those final 6 positions. So, I caught a little bit of yourself and Semra talking about Manchester United and their disappointment. I think reality for them, certainly, they'll just want to be in that top 6. And I think this is the exact same for these two teams. They will want to make sure that they are in that top 6 by the end of Matchday 7. And again, this game here in particular is particularly important because, again, if you're looking at Inter, you're looking to try and take points away from those around you. And as I briefly mentioned in the last game that we watched, Inter have Monaco on the final match day. So that in itself, this is that carrot you would dangle in front of people and say, come on, you can come and get some points now. Of course, on the other side of the coin, you do have Roma, who have a little bit stuttered in terms of the way that they have gone about their business within the eFootball Championship Pro, but on their day are able to pull out supreme performances. Of course, you can see on your screen here, Arda on the left, Stifler on the right to start us off here, which is an intriguing little battle between these two.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of their performances so far this season in terms of form. We're looking at Arda Galazzo. He's got 5 points to his name thus far for Inter, and actually 5 of Inter's 6 points they've only been able to garner so far. So keeping it as things are, sending him out first. That's usually the way that Inter goes. And then on the Roma side, you've got Stifler, 6 points to his name. 3 of those, of course, thanks to the infringement from Sassinho of AC Milan on the last match day. So since his win on match day 1, he's had a bit of trouble finding results on the virtual pitch. This, potentially for Stifler, could be a chance to get himself really firing as we enter the business end of the season.
Absolutely, it can. And this is what we say about these teams. They have to have some type of almost fire beneath them to get them going. They need to have something. Yes, it's all well and good having very good performances during the regular season, but if you started to kind of tail off towards the end of that season, you could find yourself in trouble. Now is the time that you need these players, all of them, to step up and give performances, because this is where it really matters. Because again, yes, we may look at it at the moment where Inter have got 6 points. They could have 15 by the end of this game if they are able to pull off a 3-game victory. Also, on the other side of things, Roma, if they pull off 9 points, they're level with Bayern Munich, who haven't played yet. So there's such is that swing that you can see because of how much value is on each of these games.
And of course, we'll remind you throughout the show, first of all, to keep an eye on the eFootball website as well as all the socials. You can see them on your screen throughout the show. Make sure you keep an eye on those. But we'll remind you throughout this match in particular, match number 2, we need to see Inter pick up points. Otherwise, they're leaving their fate in the hands of other clubs. If they don't pick up any points, flat out cannot make the knockout stages. They will be the first club eliminated from the competition. The question is, does that put more pressure on Inter, or does that maybe say, you know what, nothing to lose at this point?
I think it has a freedom aspect. For me, if it was me looking at this from an FC Inter perspective, it's an element of freedom. You have to be able to go, do you know what? Expectations all out the window. Let's just go. Let's go and give out your absolute best, you know, and see where we go from there.
Well, we're underway. FC Inter taking on AS Roma. Arda, Galazzo and Inter from right to left. Çalhanoğlu is looking to feed Correa here, and this could be an early chance for Inter. And AS Roma's Stifler attacking the other way, and now he's got a chance. Paulo Dybala against Bastoni. Oh, lovely footwork there. And still alive for Kamara, has blasted it wide. What an opening five.
Arda had so many players over there to play that pass to. Just couldn't find the player. Instead tried to go for the near post strike, maybe to read a manual goalkeeping that never came. And then down the other end, Stifler having opportunities to start with. This, as we said, has the ability to be that sleeper hit that we thought it might just turn out to be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we're oftentimes a little bit critical of AS Roma and Stifler and Gagliardo potentially not matching the efforts of Irma. I'll come back to that as Dybala tucks it home. The commentary curse has cursed Inter as Stifler fires it home and puts Roma into the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, big goal to start us off here. Again, wonderful find from Dybala. Finds it in there beautifully with that left foot of his. Controlled strike goes into the back of the net. And all of a sudden, that gives Roma a platform to build on.
Well, the point I was going to make before Stifler rudely interrupted me with that goal was that although we're quite critical, when you look at Stifler's form, I mean, all of his games fairly close, apart from Matchday 2 when he came up against Uzmakabil. Most of his losses fairly unfortunate, fairly close margins, just a goal in it. And now we will see what he can do with a lead. Correa with the double touch. Spinazzola with some good defending.
Very deep defensive line there from Roma. The longer that ball takes to get forward, the more time they have to get back in number. And again, having the likes of Smalling and Ibanez to call on from Roma's side of things, their physical presence is that you don't want to let them get set in their ways.
Of course, we mentioned Stifler's form thus far. Arda's had a decent time of it too. I'll come back to that as he's building now. Correa looking to find Lukaku. He's taken some decent scalps thus far. A 1-0 win against Ostrobuch of Arsenal on Matchday 2, and then 2-2 draws on Matchdays 3 and 4 against Barcelona's De Palma and Bayern's München. So he knows he can hang with the best of them for now. Stifler can't make anything of the cross. Dybala to the feet of Abraham. Brozovic intervenes. It's been a fairly even period of play since the goal. Now Arda's coming forward. Martinez. Barrea, Çalhanoğlu come back from an offside position. He has indeed. The linesman spotted that one, and possession will turn over.
Yeah, it looks as though it's just settled down a little bit into a bit more of a rhythm. No team really seems to be in the ascendancy as it stands at the moment. Obviously, with the goal lead removed from that, seems to be a fairly even game at the moment.
Yeah, we sense this could be a very nervy affair between these two Italian clubs. Of course, Inter need to start picking up those points. As it stands, they're cut adrift at the bottom of the table, but 9 points available on the table today. As with every match day. Means that could well change. Correa to Calhanoglu. That's a misplaced pass though, and there's some groans here in the auditorium as Pellegrini now brings the ball forward. Martinez goes for the strike from distance, and the deflection was wicked.
Could have gone anywhere.
Still a corner to come from this.
Yeah, you can see it again. What's impressed me so far with Arda, it's the ball movement, the ability to move the ball. Sure, there's been a couple of misplaced passes to be expected when you're under a bit of pressure and you're under that spotlight. But overall, seems to be moving this ball very, very well indeed.
Still alive for Inter. Back to Brozovic. This is patient from Arda, but as you said, that Roma back line so deep. We're almost at half-time here in game one. Ball has stayed in play for large majority of that time. Calhanoglu tries to find Correa. But the ball will trickle over the halfway line, and I think unless Dybala can make anything of this against Monaco, this will be the first half in the books. Roma 1, Inter 0. Stifler, the much happier of the two men there on the stage.
Still all to play for. Still all to play for. From both sides of the field here, you could easily make an argument for Roma extending the lead. You could easily make an argument for Inter getting one back.
You certainly could. Always interesting to see. Again, I know you like to watch the virtual pieces of the puzzle. I like to see the matter on the stage. Arda and Captain Merriman, of course, one of the most experienced men we have here in the competition, advising one of the youngest, if not the youngest, in Arda. See if the words of advice have been put into practice here. Chance for an attack with Martinez up against Ibanez. This is patient from Arda, trying to unlock that back door.
Stubborn defending again for Roma.
It's as you said early on, they're so far back that the longer you take to try and unlock that door, the more it stays shut.
It's like giving people the time to just build the defence. You know what's coming from Arda. You know it's going to be some type of passing combination that's going to try and unlock the defence. But again, if you manage to stick a player in the way, then all of the rest of it becomes completely mute. And see Barella come forward here. It just needs to be moved forward a little bit quicker.
Yeah, this could be the chance for Arda. Martinez, Lukaku and Correa had continued his run. Kamara giving chase. Is the goalkeeper going to come for this? He will. Attacking output for Stifler since the goal. Certainly slowed down a bit.
Just a little bit. This is the danger, though. If you invite players back into the game and not effectively killing a game off, it presents its own problems.
But the hour mark has come and gone. The score remains here in game one. Roma 1, Inter 0. The situation remains the same for Inter. They need points from this match day. Martinez, oh, Correa is open in the box. The defence is quick to arrive though, Chris Smalling. Important intervention. Correa back heel looking for Lukaku. One back here. Martinez, Çalhanoğlu, Lukaku. Oh, again Chris Smalling, but he's dwelled on the ball, and look at the blue shirts here. Correa! Just dwelled on the ball a little too long. This is good sustained pressure though. Can Stifler hang with the heat? He can indeed. But it will come right back at him here. Or will it? Final 15 in-game minutes, by the way. Lukaku against Smalling, against Patricio. Manual save. Almost too close to the goalkeeper to do anything about it.
I've regressed into watching this as a fan. It's end-to-end stuff, and I'm sat here with my head in my hands saying, how did he not score?
Stifler with an unforced error, just gets the pat on the shoulder from Captain Irma there. Order has the bit between his teeth here. Correa won't get there. But 10 in-game minutes. It's been one-way traffic this second half. But for inter-season, they need goals to go in. Çalhanoğlu. Correa, oh, he's been hacked down there. The referee says no foul. Correa to the waiting Brozovic, Martinez. Ibanez steps in. Stifler just can't get out here. Still in the lead though. Correa dwelled on the ball. Defensively pretty strong so far. Çalhanoğlu inside with the strike. Again hits the defence. What stoppage time is there to come? Can't be too long. The ball stayed in play. Only 1 minute. This ball needs to go quickly. And as Martinez stayed on side, the referee's assistant says no. And Stifler has secured a huge 3 points here for AS Roma. A big win for Stifler and for Roma. For Inter, the misery continues. And that was about as compelling as a 1-0 game as we're going to see this season, because, as you said, you were watching it almost as a fan at this point. I couldn't take my eyes away. I know that's my job as a commentator.
I had become a complete passenger at that point because it was so engrossing, because there were so many opportunities. We're going to see them again. Opening minute of the game. Correa hits the post. You can see Herman knows how vital that was going to be, and instead Dybala comes down the other end. 10 minutes gone, and that's the only goal that we saw, and the rest of it was just rearguard. The rest of it was defensive play and defensive clearances, and again then there was chances that came and went for Inter to get themselves into this game, and I'm sure we'll see them again here. 38 minutes gone there. Brozovic into Martinez. Stunning strike deflected, then could have gone anywhere. There were so many chances to call on.
We can flip
this one here.
The narrative as well, Wes. We can flip it in that Stifler essentially for 80 in-game minutes had defending to do, and he held so strong, shushes the crowd, shushes the haters. And when you send a player out first, you're asking them to go out there and get you a result. Stifler has done just that. It's not been the season he would have wanted in terms of results. However, that is a big 3 points.
Yeah, it's a massive 3 points. And again, it kind of puts a little bit of daylight between them and FC Inter. Now, crucially, Monaco have already played. It now puts them 1 point behind Monaco in terms of being 5th and 6th respectively. AC Milan, of course, still yet to play, 4 points behind Roma. So again, try and keep yourselves up to date at home, folks. I'm sure we'll see graphics that will come across and we'll show you all of the different ramifications that these games are having across the table. But we will try and keep you as up to date as humanly possible as we see Merriman versus Irma, both former teammates, of course.
Yeah, of course. If you think back a couple of seasons ago when Irma really burst onto the scene after the Euro 2020, taking Romania all the way to the semi-finals, then Merriman, already in this competition, said, you know what, why don't you come and play for us, Irma? You're pretty good at this game. Now find themselves on either side of the stage, facing one another. It's almost like it writes itself, this competition.
It's almost poetic is what it is in terms of this, because again, the reality is here. If Irma pulls off a positive victory here for Roma, it could really put his former teammate in big trouble here.
Well, it could. We're underway. Once again, game 2 between Inter Milan and AS Roma. Merriman versus Irma. Very much the same situation for Inter. You need points to stay alive in this competition for now, though. Dybala goes straight for goal. All eyes were looking at the man over on the far side, but Roma had different ideas.
Yeah, you see, it's Dybala who is their open option, as it were. Whenever they are attacking, Roma will be looking to him to be the catalyst. You see, he tried to get near post, tried to outthink his opponent with the goalkeeping situation. Instead, Merriman didn't enact it, and as such, just gets parried out for a corner.
Dybala with the corner, looking for Abraham. Found him, but just over the bar. We look at these two players' seasons so far. Irma really the main breadwinner, so to speak, in terms of points for AS Roma. He's got 8 points to his name. And one of very few undefeated players so far. Of course, missed Matchday 4. So perhaps an asterisk in that column, but either way, has been a steady stream of points for AS Roma. They'll be hoping the captain can step up here again in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He will certainly look to keep that record going. He's not the type of player that wants to sit back and hope for the best. He will try and put his best foot forward. We'll take this game to FC Inter.
2 wins and 2 draws for Roma in the competition so far. And this is lovely build-up as Abraham has only Handanovic to blame. That was beautiful build-up, and we saw an emotional reaction because I think Irma was thinking about goal of the match day with that one.
It may have been. As you can see, Gamelin very much there. He knows that the opportunity was there. It's a brilliant save from the goalkeeper.
Corner now. Oh, Abraham's there, and Abraham scores. Wide open as everyone was drawn to the ball at the far post. The Englishman's there, heads it home. 1-0.
You can't leave a predator like Tammy Abraham lying about. It's brilliant. Again, it's delivering a ball to the back post. Again, all of that attention was going straight back there to clear the ball. Instead, they've left it completely unmarked there. It's a very easy tap-in for the Englishman. Very easy tap-in for Roma. They'll be happy enough to take a 1-goal lead here.
Oh, the reliable source of points for Roma. It's proving reliable again here in game 2. Abraham, Pellegrini.
Very well to keep that in, did Pellegrini.
Opens our scoring in the opening 15. And truth be told, Irma has had his handprint, or should I say his footprint, all over this game. Still time though. Of course, we've mentioned Irma's form, but Merriman has been free scoring. I'll come back to that as Mkhitaryan into Martinez! A wonderful equaliser! And a great reply, and it's the reply that Inter needed. 1-1 now.
Brilliant, stunning pass across the box. And again, you were just talking about Merriman's goal-scoring capabilities. We also have to take a little bit into account of the unlucky nature that he's had in some of his games. In terms of just being a goal here, last-minute goals. Instead, this is a brilliant find from Mkhitaryan. Again, Martinez sweeps that home. And that will be tonic for the soul for FC Inter fans and for Merriman.
Of course, we always mention it, he's in the top 10 leading goal scorers league-wide with only 1 point to his name. To Abraham! Something tells me there's going to be goals in this one. 21 minutes gone, 3 already, and Irma reinstates his lead. 2-1.
Instant reply from Irma. Again, really good work to find that ball into the box, and sure, you can see it again here. Just that almost mesmeric passing that we'll see. It's just touch, pass, go, dummy, super cancels, everything thrown in there, all in one. And again, it's that man again, Tammy Abraham. It's the wrong side of Skriniar. It opens up the first time strike, and Abraham scores his second.
It's almost a fight in a phone booth at the back, Dave. He's navigating such tight alleyways to get that one away. And as you said, Skriniar just caught short there. Irma's 8th of the season. Sees Roma back in control. And if these players will let us talk narrative for just a second before scoring another goal, Merriman only 1 point to his name so far, despite being free scoring. So Inter need points, and they need it to come from their leading goal scorer. And the method in which some of his losses have come, I mean, look back, 4-3, 3-2, it's small margins. Inter could be in a very different position had things gone differently for this man this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those finest margins. You know, we saw back-to-back match days where we saw last-minute winners against Merriman.
Or Çalhanoğlu might find Martinez there. Dybala. Gozens has Pellegrini to deal with, but Skriniar this time alert to the danger. Mkhitaryan lets it run. Back to him now on the far side, but good defending by Irma. Kamara, Pellegrini, Abraham again for the hat-trick! It's a fantastic 3 for AS Roma. It's misery for Inter. They need points, and this one just seems to be slipping away. 3-1 now.
Yeah, again, you can just see the build-up there. Double touch that allows that crossfield. Neat knockdown, really quick passages of play. It's kind of what we were asking for Rada in the first game. Move that ball quicker, get it moving. And as such, Irma saying, yeah, we'll take that piece of advice, and yeah, we'll just score 3 here with Tammy Abraham. Just pours more salt into the wound of FC Inter.
Yeah, just a quick glance across at his former captain as well. Not sure if you caught that on the replay, just to see. I'm sure there's no bad blood there.
As we said, they are friends off the console, but the minute you come through that tunnel, all friendships are cast aside.
Competition is fierce here. Dybala with a strike from range. Who did this come off last?
And we're to find out.
I think it will be a corner here. Didn't quite catch who it came off, but you can see the stats there. 7 shots from Roma. The output from Irma, I think that's what he brings to the table, and it's a reason that AS Roma have been so formidable. 7 shots in the first half alone.
Well, he's up to 9 now in terms of his goal-scoring capability, Irma. And don't forget, of course, as you rightly pointed out, Mr. Matchday through no fault of his own. Of course, the Mother Nature deciding to dump a load of snow. He has certainly brought the rain here today.
Corner to come, Matic! It's snuck in! To make it 10! I think everyone was expecting the man at the near post to deal with or get something on that one, but Matic just fires it home. A bullet header. No one picks him up. And it's 4 now.
Well, I think, if anything, you're anticipating a potential flick on, as we sometimes see at the near post. Instead, it's that Serbian colossus that is Nemanja Matic, who headers it home for 4-1.
Well, this is Silky following the goal. And it's a result that, if it stays as is, would see Roma jump above Monaco. As we said before, Irma, undefeated season so far. Has had some results that are not to be scoffed at whatsoever. Going toe-to-toe with the likes of Jose.
Cast it forward, just a thought forward for Matchday 7. Roma have Barcelona, so they will need these points. They will need all of them here just to ensure, or try and make it as easy as they can to get through in that top 6.
Might be 5 before the half here. Pellegrini just taking his time. Oh, it's a bit of stick or twist at the corner. We saw Matic from the last one. Instead of going for that flick on. Go straight for goal. Looking for Abraham this time. Danger not dealt with, Dybala. Is dispossessed, and I think that one will spell the final action of the first half. 5 goals between the 2 Italian clubs here in game 2 in the first half alone.
Yeah, see just a recap of a couple of them here. He knows how important that was. So did Merriman. They are off again here, I believe.
Now you see the stage Players wasting no time. Merriman not for the first time this season with work to do. We'll be hoping a little bit of the last-minute drama will favour him this match day. For Inter's hopes, he really needs it to. Here's your league table. Inter still at the root of the table. Just 6 points. Roma coming forward, but dispossessed. Dybala from distance into the hands of Handanovic. And one thing I do like about watching Irma play, it's been the same since 2020 when he really first caught our eye. He'll happily play the first time one-touch game, but then all of a sudden can just sneak a strike out of nowhere that just catches you off guard.
Yeah, he doesn't stand on ceremony, does that, man?
Here's Dybala, likes dribbling with him.
Very much a player. If you can keep him isolated and quiet within this Roma setup, it will go a long way to you having a positive result against them. The issue is, of course, just trying to keep him quiet in the first place.
Ibanez clear. Look at the green grass for Pellegrini to run into here. Are there any options in support? Paulo Dybala's the only one. We've just not really seen Merriman at the races here since his goal. There is still time, but they need to start going in for him. Lukaku giving chase here. But the defender really well placed. Lukaku in behind, stayed onside. Martinez inside to Çalhanoğlu, and Lukaku has just lost his footing there. I mean, it's been a clinic really from Irma.
Yeah, it really has. He's just, again, gone about his business effectively and it's just completely taken away the game from Merriman and potentially the hopes of FC Inter staying in this competition.
Approaching the final 10, I think Irma will be just thinking about extending the lead and, of course, closing the gap in the goal-scoring charts. Always at a disadvantage having missed a match day, but no doubt he'll be up there after this one. Martinez, Lukaku! Now hang on a minute, because there's still time on the clock, and I said Merriman likes a last-minute bit of drama here in this competition.
He does, but he's normally on the receiving end of it. But great finish again, great build-up from him. Certainly not going down without a fight here.
It's another one to the tally, his 12th of the season. But the emotion shows that for all those 12 goals he's had, only 1 point to his name thus far, unless his fortunes can change here. He's only got less than 10 in-game minutes to go in order for that to happen.
Take a comeback of epic proportions here.
Will that have angered Irma, I wonder? Belotti, Abraham combining, and again to make it 5. The 1, 2, 3, 4 between Benotti and Abraham makes it 5. Roma 5, Inter 2.
Again, where most players would have pulled the trigger with Belotti, instead turns it back inside to the easiest of tap-ins for Tammy Abraham. As much as we've spoken about Dybala being one of his go-to players, Tammy Abraham's certainly worth his weight in gold at this moment in time. Yeah, he knows. He knows.
He enjoyed that one. He's been playing some really good eFootball today. A little bit of flair about Irma. Goal number 11 for him, and he's chasing 12 here as Abraham's in again to compound the Inter misery. Nemanja Matic, Pellegrini, Paulo Dybala, and Skriniar is there.
He's just trying to clear it forward. Here's Merriman, here's Mkhitaryan.
Correa now would just be a mere consolation at this point, and there we have it. Roma 5, Inter 2. A wonderful game of eFootball, but not what Inter fans would like to see. 2 more to Merriman's tally, but once more, no points coming his way.
I think looking at it from a stats point of view, I'm fairly sure with that result, that is Inter out of the competition.
Well, I'm not sure about that, because we do have AC Milan on 15 points. So if Inter can get anything out of this game from El Matador, they keep it within the realms of possibility. Of course, as we take a look over the highlights, as we dive into a bit of the intricacies of the league table a little bit later on, there is a chance, but Inter's goal difference is so one-sided that it is unlikely.
So you're saying there's a chance?
The slimmest of chances.
As you said, that was a clinic there from Irma. Again, all free scoring. And kind of almost a departure from what we saw in game 1 with Stifler. Stifler, 1 goal in the first 10 minutes, and it was defensive rearguard. Instead with Irma, it was very much putting everything into going forward. I took it away from Merriman.
As we take a look at some of the goals and, of course, the emotions that followed, I do wonder if Merriman's got a career in juggling, having caught that controller. I mean, it's a lot more tame than my reactions at home when I concede, let me tell you that much. But the goals just kept on coming. This was number 4 from Matic following the corner. Man at the front post just not really doing his job. And 6 points to Roma means they now leapfrog above AS Monaco in the table, up into 5th. They are just 3 points now behind Bayern in 4th.
Who are yet to play and have, I believe, it's AC Milan next to sandwich AS Roma here.
That they do, but for now, Inter's season hinges on a result from El Matador here. His opponent, of course, Gagliardo, the final man to step up for AS Roma. It's been a tricky season for him. His opponent has yet to secure a point. So there's a chance for Gagliardo, again, to use this as a bit of a springboard. He's proven that he can get results when he scores. It's just sometimes scoring becomes a little bit difficult to him.
Yeah, and that's it. It's where we are right now. There needs to be a result from El Matador. More importantly, for confidence, there needs to be a result from Gagliardo as well. So, yes, we can talk about what it means to each team, but to individuals, it probably means a lot too. You know, El Matador came in, I think it was Matchday 3, we came into proceedings for Inter, and again, just hasn't been able to get going. And Gagliardo, we just haven't seen that level from him yet.
Well, time will tell which of the two players on the stage will be happier come full time. For now, though, it's Roma versus Inter, round 3. 6 points so far from Roma. They'll be the far, far happier of the two clubs. It is Gagliardo versus El Matador. El Matador coming off of a Matchday 5 performance he'd like to forget. We'll no doubt talk about that in a little while. That's an inviting ball for Belotti to try and run onto. Dumfries on defensive duty. Yeah, 7-1 against Kilzu last matchday was the real talking point. It's just slightly outclassed on that occasion, however. The mission remains the same. Get 3 points for Inter. Gagliardo's corner. Looking for Abraham, he's good in the air, and Pellegrini's there. Inter away. Problem with Roma is they have such threatening stature when it comes to corners. Abraham great in the air, Matic with his stature as well.
Yeah, they have so many weapons at the corner that as we said earlier when we were talking about Monaco, set pieces are worth everything, especially when you can deliver a ball and win the second ball as well. It's not necessarily winning the initial ball, it's that second chance that you get as well. Roma, you know, I'd be kicking it for the corner and then just trying to win one, you know?
Of course, when that ball is delivered with such quality from Dybala, difficult to see how that's not a valid tactic. Of course, the majority of you at home thinking Inter can win this game. They certainly can. The question is, will they? As we saw in games 1 and 2, fairly open game so far. Almost 25 minutes gone. The game hasn't had a lot of stoppages. Abraham far side for Gagliardo. Skriniar runs that one out of play.
Wins the corner. I think he thought the pace that Abraham would get around Skriniar there, instead runs it out for a corner.
Dybala swings it in. Matic front post again. Belotti was waiting. That was Lukaku at the back there. Dybala, stunning delivery. Well, Matador's attempt at an attack. Çalhanoğlu to Lautaro Martinez. Ibanez stepping in, and it's gotten a little scrappy there around the halfway line. Çalhanoğlu. Barea heads it down towards Martinez. Might stay alive here for Inter, you know. Good tackle there from Pellegrini, and that might set Gagliardo away. There's no press coming just yet. Abraham, Belotti, double touch inside. No falling Bastoni. Pellegrini can't find Abraham. Dybala will recycle. Gagliardo with some good territory, but can't quite find that final piece of magic he needs. Could that change here? The answer is no.
It's so scrappy between these two teams. It's that last action that seems to be the most decisive one.
Martinez dispossessed, but Çalhanoğlu recovers. It's a double team to deal with, and Matic is just too strong in that area of the pitch. And well, Dybala Round his man. Abraham galloping forward here as well. Could this be the first? No, he just doesn't connect with the ball. Good touch though from Belotti. Almost at half-time, by the way. Barella back to Martinez. Cleared by Roma. Gagliardo nil, El Matador nil. Inter-season lies in the balance.
It does indeed. I think looking at it, it just seems to be more perilous as time goes on.
Here we go then. Second half underway. Game 3 between Internacional and AS Roma. Abraham, Wijnaldum, Dybala starting the half strongly. With the corner, Matic up there again as Çalhanoğlu absolutely belts that one to the halfway line. Doing my best not to sound like a certain Scouse pundit when I try and pronounce Internazionale.
If you can't get it right, don't commit to
it.
That's the old rule.
The golden rule.
Certainly at this point, I mean, does a draw benefit Roma in your eyes here? Does a draw really benefit them given where they are in the league?
Certainly not sure. They'll be, of course, looking for all 3 points, but a point would be a lifeline to Inter. Belotti far side. Pellegrini. Inter on the charge. Right to the feet of Lukaku though. Roma free kick, just looking for a little bit of quality from either of these two. Could really split the difference between them currently, and it could well decide exactly how this match is going to pan out.
Just having a listening in there just to try and just sense the mood between both camps.
Both sides just seem to be a little frustrated. Well, I'm sure if you had told Roma, of course this is as things stand, that they would come into this match day and walk away with 7 points out of 9, they'd be fairly happy. Long ball to Mkhitaryan, real chance now for Inter, first of the game really for them. Barella! Off the woodwork.
That was a clean strike. As clean as they're going to come from Barella.
Just a warning shot, Lukaku. Just waiting for that run from Mkhitaryan. Is there a finish? Corner now.
Great challenge there. Just on the cover again. Really good patience there from El Matador. Just gets the right pass at the right time. Can't find the finish though as the covering challenge comes in from Gagliardo.
Just waiting for this corner. Skriniar. cleared away, and all of a sudden El Matador and Inter have started to come to life now in this second half. Wijnaldum. Gagliardo just trying to take control of this game a little bit. One's overhit though into the hands of Handanovic, and well, final 20 in-game minutes now. Still 0-0. Mkhitaryan seems the outlet here for FC Inter. Smalling for company. Plays it short to Çalhanoğlu. Skips it nicely past Smalling, but the Englishman does commit a foul there. Opportunity here from the free kick, short to Guzens. Back to him now. Barella with a strike from range. Couldn't get it on target, it was always rising.
It was, and you get the sense here that if there is a goal to come, it's going to come from Inter. The way that El Matador is playing currently, that's looking to be where the goal is going to come from. And if it does come, that will change the complexion on its head at the bottom of that league table. It may not necessarily help out Inter, but it will certainly put Roma in a bit of peril.
Since the final 15 in-game minutes have not been kind to Gagliardo. His attacking output seemingly has fizzled out as once again Inter win the ball back. Çalhanoğlu. 3 blue shirts ahead of him, make it 4 now. Looking for Çalhanoğlu, takes it down, but the control too close to the keeper.
Just tired legs there, just a little bit of a tired touch. Couldn't get it under his spell completely.
It's going to come back at Roma here yet again.
It's echoes of that first game, just without the goal from Roma to mirror this.
Chance maybe for the release valve to be turned by Gagliardo, but once more possession swapping over to the other side. Falls nicely for Roma now, and Gagliardo, who can he find? Martinez. Into the last chance saloon now. For Inter, can El Matador be the hero? He can't find Lukaku. That might be the end of this game. As it crosses the halfway line, needs to go forward, but I think Abraham will get there first. And is there a chance for Roma to sneak the points, I wonder? The answer is no. Inter 0, Roma 0. It's a point back to Inter, but they needed much more.
Yeah, and again, looking at the maths of the table, that last 6th place occupied by Monaco on 20 points. Inter only sitting on 7 points after this game's festivity, so that does fortunately confirm our first team to exit the competition.
Well, it's always sad when we see our professionals here have to find themselves away from qualification, but that is the case here for Inter. Now mathematically impossible for them to make our knockout stages. They needed points from today. They came away with just the 1, and unfortunately not gonna do the business for them. An action-packed game across the 3. The last one, a 0-0 stalemate, and that's really what it was, because they were just cancelling each other out. There were opportunities from El Matador, from Gagliardo, Semra, but unfortunately, neither could find the breakthrough that either wanted, and it will end in Inter's I don't want to say disqualification, but it's their mathematical impossibility now that sees them eliminated from our competition.
Unfortunately, considering they are 13 points adrift, there's only 12 more points in play for them in the final match day, so there is absolutely no way that they can find themselves in the knockout round. So we do have to unfortunately say goodbye to our first club, and what a season for them to forget, as well as debutants in the competition. Couldn't have gone much worse, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, not quite enough points accrued across all the match days.
Right, well, we can see here that the captain of Roma, Stifler, is with Wes right now, so why don't we cross over to them and hear what he has to say about such a successful outing for today as they move their way up the table.
Thanks very much, guys. Again, I'm here with Stifler. First of all, congratulations to you guys. 7 points from a possible 9. It wasn't quite max points, but pretty big performances from you guys.
Thank you, Wedza. Yes, 7 points, it's good. 9 is better, but 7 for the knockout stage, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, and talking about the difficulty that you had going up against Inter, it was an Italian derby. Did that factor into the kind of almost the mind games on stage?
Yes, it's very difficult because Italian team, and this is for Roma fans. Roma win and the best team of Italy.
And you've given yourselves a real fighting chance in staying in that top 6 bracket. I know that we'd mentioned previously before, you guys would always look to take maybe 4 points from a possible match day. Taking 7, though, is a pretty big statement.
Yes, it's very good. Now concentration for the focus for the next match day with Barca, and we go to the top 6.
Yeah, speaking of that match day, of course, you've got a pretty difficult match day ahead. I mean, it is the de facto league leaders at the moment in Barcelona yet to play today. Of course, knowing how good they are, do you guys feel that you can pull off a couple of shocks on that last day?
Yes, it's a very difficult match day. Inter for me is one of the best teams in this league. I play with Arda, very good player, but today we are at the level top.
Yeah, and of course, talking about Barcelona, of course, they're the players that you've now got to refocus your sights on. How are you going to take that into account going forward?
Yes, with Barca it's very difficult. We are very free-handed. We're training today, every day together, and it's a very difficult fight.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your time again. Congratulations to you and your teammates. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much for that to both of you, Wes and Stifler. Speaking of Stifler, by the way, I overheard you earlier saying that you were very disappointed that he didn't share his croissant with you while he was at the cafe this morning having his breakfast. So I thought I would do a solid and bring both of you a nice little croissant.
That's
You can
so
share that if you want with Wes by the time he comes back. Those are both for you. There you go. We'll get one for him later.
That's really beautiful. That is. Thank you so much, Sarah. That's
You're very welcome. I have to look out for the
two
two of you, you know?
Yeah.
I've got your back.
Yeah,
I've got your back.
Look, amazing.
I think you've earned it, you know? Fair enough.
So hearing everything. It's brilliant.
Yeah. I do all kinds of things for you guys. Why not just present? I can also provide you with a little bit of nice grub. Well, let's take a look then at the league table because, as we said, Inter already dead and buried. Unfortunately, they will be departing from this competition. And so you see AS Roma 5th in the table. You see their fellow Italians, AC Milan, just outside of the top 6. They are the most represented nation, Italy, with 3 clubs. But by the end, we may only have one actually flying the flag of Italy when all said and done.
It's definitely possible. Of course, we say goodbye to our first Italian team today. The thing that screams to me in that table and the reason that we see Inter so far down, 49 goals against them. Their defence has just not been at the races this season. I mean, they're going to ship 50 goals by the time the season's ended, most likely.
Look at that, a goal difference of 28.
It's just not at this level quite good enough. They can say, it's the players we use on the pitch or, whatever. But at the end of the day, the buck has to stop somewhere. And that's just too many goals you've conceded at this level of competition.
Too many goals indeed. And talking about so many goals, Urma has been really impressive yet again. He's still one of the undefeated players in this competition. And if anybody is going to guide AS Roma to the top end of the table or help them advance as far as they possibly can in the knockout rounds, it's most likely going to be him, right?
Yeah, he's their talisman. He's their lightning rod. If things are going well, it's normally Urma leads the charge. And if Urma leads the charge, Stifler and Gagliardo can have that confidence to say, hey, if Urma's pulling through, then we can pull alongside him. We saw that vital goal that Stifler scored. That kind of set the tone. It was 80 minutes of defensive action. Then Urma comes through, takes the second game 5-2. Gagliardo backs it up with another point. So although they didn't get max points, it kind of felt almost though they took it just by taking Inter out of the competition.
Talking about Inter, just one final note here. Milan making his way up the table steadily, 4th in terms of the goal-scoring charts. It really is a bit of a bittersweet feeling for them. On the one hand, obviously getting eliminated, but he still could walk away as one of the highest scorers in this competition.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing from a personal standpoint that Merriman's able to score so freely, but again, that just speaks to how many goals they've conceded this season.
Exactly. The magic formula is score more than you concede, right? Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case for Inter. Well, let's talk about the next game, because we have our next match who's ready to go. As we said, they're fellow Italians who are just outside 5 points away from breaking into the top 6. And as for the Germans, well, they're 4th right now, but they could finish the day in 2nd. It's AC Milan versus Bayern München.
From Bayern esports. We're continuing our trainings at full speed. Today it was a bit rainy in Istanbul, where I live, but it stopped now, and I was out for a bit walk. I like the weather after the rain. Now I'm returning home, and we'll continue to train. We will be ready. We will give our best to take 9 points. We're waiting all of you guys' support in the stream. See you for the next match day.
Ciao ragazzi, dopo di lavorare, sono molto stanco come si vede dalla mia faccia, ho acceso la play e sono pronto per allenarmi e per migliorare, per essere più pronto alla prossima giornata di eFootball Pro.
Well, thank you very much to our 2 players there. Hearing from both of them, I believe it was Naples and Mucha hit we heard from there, of course, from AC Milan and Bayern München. Always great to hear from the players, see how they like to live their day-to-day lives, and of course, thank you to Semra for getting us to this point. But that's where the practice happens, that's where the hard work happens, and it's just about putting it all together here. Looks like our first competitors will be Sassinho, our goal of the day winner all the way back on match day 1. Taking on Jose, who should be coming off a win, but for a very costly mistake in terms of team strength, Wes.
Just be a lossing focus, as what we have no doubt seen already. These guys will be well drilled, and as we hasten to say, it's quite easy sitting here at the commentary desk and saying, well, we would do this and we would change this and we'd make sure we wouldn't make those types of mistakes. When you're up on the stage, it's a very different environment up there. And of course, the heat of battle, of course, mistakes can be made, and certainly at this stage, it was pretty costly.
Most certainly was. For those who did miss the start of the show, or of course the previous match day, you're probably thinking, oh, Jose, he's coming off a win here. It should be a few on the bounce. There was a very costly mistake in terms of exceeding the maximum team collective strength points in a crucial period last match day. So as a result, he's had to forfeit that result and has ended in a default 3-0 loss. So what should have been Bayern München in that conversation with Arsenal and Barcelona at the top, all of a sudden they're 3 points behind where they thought they would be due to that mistake. And again, as you say, easy for us to sit here in cold blood and judge a mistake that maybe shouldn't happen at this level. Very different out there when you're sat there in the heat of battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's a very simple mistake as well. We've seen at length, we've seen how quickly players make those changes to their lineups and how quickly they change things. It can sometimes be you've just not changed the position, and that can sometimes cost you. It certainly has at this level. And again, just a comment on these two teams, just in terms of their aspirations. You talk about Bayern Munich and being in that top 4 conversation and having 25 points. AC Milan here need the points. They need points because, again, going into Matchday 7, as much as I said, I don't want to wish away Matchday 6. Matchday 7, they're staring Arsenal in the face. Ooh. Now, and again, for those at home, you can audibly hear from Harry, he knows how difficult it is to play against Arsenal because we've been able to see it. So all of these points, when you get down to these difficult or even more difficult games as the season pans out, these points are vital to survival.
Made even more vital by the fact that, of course, Jose's adversary here, Sassinho, made the exact same infringement. So what was a hard-fought 1-0 win against Roma's Stifler has now turned into a default 3-0 loss. So they've lost the 3 points they thought they had as well due to the exact same infringement. So we'll be keeping a stern eye on these two, making sure they abide by the team strength. And of course, that'll be a mistake neither two will make again, given how costly it could well be in the lifespan of both of these two club seasons.
Yeah, because if we're talking, let's just put it in these types of terms. If we're talking about AS Roma being in the conversation for potential teams to drop out of that top 6, they're only 2 points behind Bayern Munich. If results don't go their way today, Bayern Munich suddenly become part of that conversation as well. So again, both teams really need the points here just to kind of solidify themselves in that top 6.
You are not wrong. Milan currently outside of the top 6 themselves, so they are 5 points adrift of AS Monaco, who are the next nearest to them in the table. We'll keep you updated with all the movers and shakers in the league table, the goal scoring charts. All that these two have to do is focus on game number 1.
You just have to focus on getting through this game, getting a goal, and I hasten to say, but to pull a bit of a Stifler, get a goal, and then defensively frustrate your opponent, because the reality is that it doesn't necessarily matter how you get across the line. It's the fact that you get across the line. So with AC Milan, I'm sure they will be looking to try and nullify this Bayern Munich attack quickly. And Bayern Munich on the other end will be looking to try and progress up pitch very quickly.
Well, we're underway. Sassinho for Milan, taking on Bayern München's Jose, who previous to that mistake last match day was undefeated, so he'll feel in fine form himself. Rebic with the strike, hits the side netting, just grazes it. But Jose with 2 wins, 2 draws, and of course that forfeit loss from the last match day, the only blemish really on his record thus far. And of course, when you look at the other side, Sassinho with that same fate. I thought he'd, as you said, earned those 3 points and turned around what was a slide of 3 games, 3 losses on the trot. That now, due to the infringement, makes it 4 losses. So a win desperately needed for Sassinho's confidence in this competition. And our audience poll pretty split down the middle. Sassinho starting brightly.
Yeah, when you talk to players around the league in terms of their feelings on this AC Milan squad, is that statistically in game, they have one of the better squads here. You talk to the likes of Raffaello, Divock Origi, Rebic, as we're seeing, Tonali. They have players around the pitch that can affect the game, and they also have a very good defensive unit with Tomori and Kalulu. They have players that are pretty able to keep up with the likes of Mane and Coman and Gnabry, so you'd expect to see a little bit more from them in this game going forward.
Of course, recently a successful spell in the Coppa eFootball Italia. They won over there, didn't they? Here in the domestic European competition's been a bit more difficult for them. Mane with Bayern's first real sight at goal here in game 1.
Certainly may see the Coppa eFootball Italia as a little bit of a holiday away from where they have had issues in this tournament. they're not without skill.
Tonali can't find Leao. Bakayoko, Origi, some nice build-up play from AC, but Jose can be clinical. .25 gone here in game one. Ante Rebic has been instrumental in the build-up play, but it's this man you expect to shine a bit more, Rafael Leao on that left-hand side for Milan.
It's the game of interceptions at the moment. Every time it looks like it's going to be a passing progression, instead it's just blocked by a defender.
Exhibit number 100 of this game thus far. I think that 101 is now Tell. This is where he is dangerous. Skips past the defender and into the danger area, and that was almost catastrophic defending.
Could have gone literally anywhere. Let's have for a corner though.
Big sigh of relief from Cecchino. Still defending to be done here though. Tonali, feet of Origi, and Leao again trying to burst down that left-hand side. Of course, if you're just joining us, this is match number 3, game number 1. Still have arguably our headliner to come in match 4. You won't want to miss that one. Benacer, Origi. Leao's been kept fairly quiet thus far. Feeds Tonali though. And Rebic arriving into the feet of Origi, and well, Milan have won themselves a corner. Could have been much more.
It's good work by AC Milan to fashion the opportunity. It's going to be a corner here. It looks like Tonali going to deliver it.
Upamecano away. Tomori with the strike, not his wheelhouse, that one. Into stoppage time of what has been a fairly open first half. Kimmich, Sane goes for goal, and that's a screamer. Oh, wonder strike from Leroy Sane. On the stroke of half-time, the Bavarians take control.
We've seen it a few times last match day. That kind of power-controlled shot. It isn't quite a stunning strike, but it may as well be. Absolute hit with real venom.
Hoping we'll get a better angle of it, because it looked like it had some real whip on it, this one.
Certainly did. Ball found from Kimmich to Sane. Thundered at goal there. You can see the swerve of the ball.
Just subdued celebrations from Jose.
Right at the stroke of half time as well.
What a time to do it in injury time of the first half. Changes the virtual managers, virtual team talk, but definitely changes the complexion of this game one.
maybe try to make the people no, it's not good the feeling.
Of course, those keen-eared listeners at home might have just heard Jose saying he's not really comfortable out there. He's not really getting the feel for the game currently. That can happen on occasion. He won't mind though. 6th goal of the season for the captain, who thus far has been reliably scoring points for the Bavarian outfit. Looking to bookend this half-time as well. Estella's arriving, and he has bookended it. The 1-2 punch. 50 minutes gone. Bayern 2, Milan 0.
Just when you thought he'd done nothing with the ball goes into the corner, you think, he's not going anywhere. Absolutely not. He dribbled and dribbled and dribbled. There was a double touch, neat little double touch there, takes away from Kayet, and Tell is there to sweep it away for 2 goals to 0. Really intricate, well-worked goal there by Jose. It's a wonderful finish from the Spaniard.
Happy days for Bayern. Mestre and Mucha hit the lead cheerleaders on that one. Back to the drawing board for Milan, who, remember, are outside of the top 6. 5 points adrift of AS Monaco. We resume play, and Milan might need some worrying. I'll definitely keep tabs on Jose here, because of course he was winning 4-0 last match day. That of course has been overturned, so those 4 goals removed from his tally. He's trying to make up for lost time here, maybe, I sense.
Yeah, certainly looking at where he is in terms of the goal scoring leaderboard, he's only sat on 7 thanks to that. As you'll see the confirmation of it there. So we're looking to make up, as you said, that lost goal difference.
Here is the league table as things stand. AC Milan down in 7th. Could definitely do with some points to make their endeavour on the last match day of the season a little bit easier. Of course, you've got home rallying around AC. They're on the attack here. Benacer, nice touch. Up to Rebic, who can he find here? Leao's waiting, but so's the keeper. Almost a mistake there, feeding it to Tell. Origi will come to Leao, who gets a strike off. Just wonder if this had taken a deflection. Just seemed to take some of the sting off the strike. It did indeed, so corner to come.
I think he was looking for that open opportunity. Did not come his way.
Tonali dispossessed as referee plays a good advantage there. Calabria corrals that one home, and just looking at the league table, of course, Bayern, if this result stands and they're able to get maximum points here against AC Milan, they could enter our final match of today on top of the league. That's how violently this league table can swing on any given match day. We'll keep you informed in terms of how that changes, but for now, Jose's chasing his third. Joshua Kimmich to Sadio Mane, who also beats his man. Oh, it's fired back past everyone. Pavard with the cross, Kier away. Kimmich versus Bakayoko. Sane might have timed his run well. The finish is good enough, but it's quite easy when the goalkeeper has stopped trying.
It's relatively close, though, that offside decision. It was the correct one in the end.
I was just thinking to myself before this pause, we haven't seen a lot of substitutes so far today. Oftentimes we see them switching things up. They're in the hot seat up on the stage. Haven't seen a lot of that, and I wonder whether or not after the sanctions, so to speak, of the last match day, whether or not players are just second guessing whether or not
they can make those changes.
Make the changes. We are seeing them here, though. See both players making heaps of changes. We're now underway, and unfortunately for you AC Milan fans, I've not known Jose in my time surrender a 2-goal lead with this long left in the game.
Yeah, it's a real closer of a game, is Jose. As we said, when you get to this kind of level of eFootball within esports, they will close these games out, and they will find a way to keep them closed. They won't allow their opponents any time on the ball to do any damage.
Approaching the final 5 in-game minutes. Realistically, we need to see Sassinho strike gold here. Origi has found a little pocket of space. Bakayoko. Sadio Mane is there. Elects to go it alone. Raheem Diaz has come away with it. Early cross. Leao's open on the far side. Tries to play it again to Origi. Perhaps should have favoured the strike there. 2 minutes added on, and will there be what would most certainly be a consolation for Sassinho at this stage? There will not. Game 1 goes to Bayern München as Jose sees home a 2-0 lead, and 3 points go back to Bavaria. It's the captain again. He's so reliable in this competition.
Simple and effective. That's all it needed to be. Didn't need to be flashy, didn't need to be showy, didn't need to score loads of goals. Again, it's like we said, you don't necessarily need to worry about how you get over the line. It's just getting over the line. So he may not have made up that goal difference that he'd lost from the previous match day, but to be honest, I don't think he's really that bothered.
Certainly not. Sadly for Sassinho, that marks his 5th loss on the trot now. Very difficult. Hasn't registered a win or even a point until, or rather since match day 1, where he won both 3-1 against Merriman, but also goal of the day, goal of the match day on match day 1. So started off on a high, hasn't really been able to maintain that level thus far. But Jose with a fairly complete performance there. It's almost business as usual for him.
Yeah, it's been a curious team, AC Milan, is that we've always came out of every match day with more questions than we have answers. With Bayern, almost to use the word, the established team and the established kind of set of individuals that are representing that team, you kind of know what to expect from them. I still think we're in that zone with AC Milan where we're still not quite sure where they are. But again, as you saw the quality on show there from Jose, certainly finished off. A wonderful move there to make it 2-0. And that's all it needed. All it needed was a 2-0 victory. Gives them 3 points. And now they're, back into third ahead of Manchester United. So I think now is the case of where are they going to end up before our last game of the day here.
That's the big question, and a question you at home may be asking is, who is this? Well, this right here is Franquinho, new to AC Milan in this competition, but of course the Coppa Italia eFootball MVP helped AC on their way to victory in that competition. It's a warm welcome to him. His debut today up against Mestre, who has not lost since match day 2. So 3 wins on the bounce for this man. On your screens, it's a real trial by fire. It's a welcome to the league. You now have to go against one of the most informed players that we have in the entire competition.
Well, you know me, I'm a massive fan of any players that come, or any new players that join squads, or any new players that have come through different systems. So big credit to AC Milan for bringing Franquinho in. Again, it's pretty hard to ignore when you become an MVP of a competition. It's pretty hard to ignore when you could be brought into a competition such as this. So I'm expecting big things. I had a small word with Cicinho. He was like, yeah, keep your eye on him. Keep your eye on him. But of course he might be slightly biased at that point of view, but I digress. But certainly he will have the tools to cause some problems.
Well, it'll be a great watch, this one, because as you said, oftentimes when you're looking for backup, you bring in the likes of the old heads, the El Matadors, the Eldridge O'Neills of the competition, but it's not often we see a new face enter the fray. We've seen it with Zilo of AS Monaco, and now we're seeing it with Franquinho. He's found success in other competitions in the eFootball sphere. Can he do it in the elite level European competition? Game 2 underway. Franquinho for AC Milan, taking on Mestre of Bayern München. A Bayern team that has been high-flying this season. Going already with Origi. And that's a manual save out of Mestre. Welcome to the competition, Franquinho.
Forced a very good save out of the goalkeeper, and it had to be made because that opened up. I mean, again, as I'm wanting to do as a gamer on this desk, I was pointing to several different places on that screen to say, that's where those passes are. The reality is that the most obvious thing is to take that shot from outside the box.
Resulting corner cleared away by Pavard. Mestre's last 3 match days have all resulted in victory. The most impressive of which came on the last one against Roxa, and keeping a clean sheet against the man that's been high-flying in the goal-scoring charts, comparing him to the likes of Maccabil and Eterito in Roxa. To keep a clean sheet and come away with 3 points, very impressive by Mestre. So we expect nothing less but the best from the Spaniard. As we said, trial by fire for Franquinho here. Rebic can't find a pass inside. It's very similar to the story that we told between Lotfi and Zilo earlier today. You don't have a lot of film to study about Franquinho. You've been keeping an eye on the Coppa eFootball Italia, sure. But in this competition, how he uses this team, it'll be a great unknown from Mestre.
Well, not to mention different competitions probably have different rules and regulations they have to adhere to. So, again, this will be relatively new for him.
Musiala to the rescue. Oh, Tell, almost. Straight down the throat there. Last minute intervention from Kier, I believe that was. Had to be alert to it. Tonali. Rebic with an unconventional touch, but AC Milan coming forward. Here is Tonali and Leao! Oh! How did he miss?
We have seen that animation so many times. It's that stooping header where it just skims and it will go anywhere. We've seen it, work to team's disadvantage before. That was nearly at his advantage. Instead, it went over the bar. It was almost a debut goal.
Oh, Mane might be able to cross this one towards Tell. Still alive here for Mane. Kalulu to the rescue, and now Origi. It's a foot race between he and Upamecano. Leao goes for goal! Welcome to the league! Franquinho with a rocket! Milan 1, Bayern 0. What a finish from our debutant on the stage.
Anything you can do, Jose. Franquinho seemingly can do better. What a hit that was. Absolute thunderbolt from the gods. We'll see it again here. Shifts it out of his feet, and that's that hammer angle I think you wanted for the first one, right in the goal. Brilliant finish. Welcome,
Call
sir.
as you like, yeah. Way to announce yourself. On the half-hour mark. From downtown, Franquinho puts himself in the driver's seat here of game 2. Goal number 1 on matchday number 1 for this man. All of a sudden that puts the win streak from Matchday into a bit of jeopardy. As we said, one of the most informed players in this competition. Finds himself behind, plenty of eFootball to be played. Mane to Kimmich. Back to Mane. That's rallied the people at home as well. You can see the audience poll. Musiala. Joshua Kimmich looking to feed him once again. Tries to touch it inside. Mane's there, but the referee's pulled this one back.
Yeah, you can see that goal just now needs to settle down now, Franquinho, because he knows that pressure is going to come back against him. He's going to have to just calm it down, keep it cool, and just work his way through it.
Tell lays it off to Kimmich, and Sane has been a danger man in the hands of Matchday. Lofted up to Tell, cleared away. Franquinho's defence so far so good. Just the 1 minute added on. No doubt we'll see Franquinho here try and retain possession and perhaps go for the last attack of the half. Instead cleared away, and often, Wes, as we enter half-time, Milan 1, Bayern 0. We look in this competition for stars to come through and provide us with storylines, and for storylines to write themselves. I just sense Franquinho doing just that here.
Yeah, but he certainly announced himself with that goal. Certainly has announced himself within the AC Milan lineup.
reason I say that is our second half now underway. As things stand, Milan just 2 points back from AS Monaco in that final knockout stage. The final knockout stage plays can be tricky to keep a hand of. But that's why Milan brought this man on board. Something tells me Mestre is going to try his hardest here, Wes, to make me eat my words, because I'm bigging up Franquinho, but we can never count out Mestre in the form he's in.
No, and especially with the scoreline and the complexion of the game being the way that it is, it's only 1-0.
Divock Origi, Upamecano to the rescue. Leao, Origi was waiting to hit that one. Switch the play to Mane. Tell, can he hold this up well enough? He can. Musiala's here. Kimmich, a lot of pressure here from Milan, and well, Benacer is there. And there's a big hole in the middle that Pavard's trying to plug. Leao on this near side versus Matthijs de Ligt. And it's the latter. Some very stout defensive work. This has become very end-to-end now.
Certainly has.
Touch inside from Rebic. Oh, and Origi, can he get a hold of this one? He's dancing around. Leao is there, double touch, but Upamecano once more.
I think that touch there was, not only did Franquinho not realise he had that much space, I don't think that was the player he was looking to pass to. So I think he's pulled off a move there thinking he actually had more, or he had more to do. The reality is he could have just turned and shot.
If Bayern are able to get anything out of this game, Upamecano needs a big shout for their MVP of this match day, because as Milan live dangerously, Upamecano has been the shining star in that defence for Bayern. Sane, Kimmich with the cross, and Mane is free! Off of the woodwork! Agonisingly across the goal. Mestre in a very threatening position now. He's going for it again. Kier's under it though. And breathing room for Franquinho.
Yeah, just needs to settle himself down. That's very similar to the error we saw from Lotfi earlier. Moving your manual goalkeeper to a place where you think it's going to go, and then it doesn't go there. It can make you look so silly. He got very lucky there.
.15 or so in-game minutes to go. AC Milan 1. Bayern München 0. And he's still going for this, Franquinho. There's gaps at the back here. Leao's galloping forward. Who can he find? It goes for goal on his own. Some stop from Sommer.
Been quicker to react there. He'd have taken advantage of that manual goal. He just edged away from that near post. And that's what he was trying there. It's gone for a corner though.
As anticipated, changes are afoot here.
Talking about staying defensive and using counter targets to try and keep players forward.
Well, they've got a corner to defend first, Bayern. Here it comes. Pavar away. Kingsley Coman introduced in that break. AC Milan now with the ball, and well, Origi is stolen behind. It's against Upamecano though, and again, so strong at the back. Final 10 in-game minutes, and this could be some 2-week period Franquinho's having. Coppa eFootball Italia MVP last weekend. But here is Mane against Maignan! Never count out Mestre! And there's still time. Your equaliser comes in the 83rd minute. It's Milan 1, Bayern 1. Is there a winner?
You said it yourself, Harry. You never count out Mestre in these types of moments. As you saw there, you just saw the space open up left-hand side. And again, it's the quick release of the shot. It's not necessarily, oh, well, we'll try and figure out what the goalkeeper's going to do. It's just instinct. Just hit it. Just let it go. Get it out of your feet. Brilliant finish. And parity is restored. And as you said, I've been brushing over my Spanish lately, but I'm pretty sure vamos means let's go.
He enjoyed that one.
He certainly did.
Still time left on the clock, I feel. As much as we're bigging up Franquinho, that's Mestre's 8th of the season. Franquinho could be finding about how cruel this competition can be.
Still time on the clock, as you like to tell me all so often. There's still chances here.
Did feed Mane, but clear away. It's going to come back at the Milan back line, and Mestre has well and truly grown into this one. Who can Goretzka find? To the feet of Tell, and he goes for a goal, but Maignan is there. Stoppage time now, and I wonder if Milan might settle for a point. Origi does win the header down, still alive here. Adli, Rafael Leao, can't beat De Ligt, and there you have it. Game 2 ends AC Milan 1, Bayern München 1. Franquinho led for large stretches of the game, but never count out Mestre. He is always there, and if you give him a chance, he's going to take it.
As debuts go, it's pretty good going from Franquinho, and just didn't quite get that kind of Cinderella moment where you could see it across the line, and that comes the quality. As we'll see here again, this chance here just went over the bar. You don't know how he missed.
Almost,
I don't even think he did.
Almost more difficult to miss those ones, but in the complexion of the league table as we look over Franquinho's first goal on his debut today.
Certainly didn't miss that one.
Instead of Milan being 2 points behind Monaco, they are now 4 points behind AS Monaco, meaning they cannot finish today in the knockout stage places. They're still in the hunt, Wes, but psychologically way more difficult to be on the outside looking in, entering the final match day.
Yeah, you'd rather have the points on the board than not, as it were. If you've played already, you're quite happy because you've got the points there. They know that they've still got this amount of pressure to go on. Of course, looking at who is potentially on the final game, you've got Naples and you've got Muka here. Certainly there's a lot of noise that goes around this competition. See that Franquinho a little bit dumbfounded on how he conceded.
Well, I say take a breather, but as you said, we now have the man that we heard from, well, the two men I should say, that we heard from in the pre-game. We heard from Mucha here, we heard from this man Naples from AC Milan. It's been a steady points gatherer for AC this season. 2 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses up against Mucha Hit, who only had his first blemish on his record on the last match day, a very close encounter between himself and Oshibuch of Arsenal. Otherwise, has been fairly good for his money in his first season in Bayern München colours. This one could be very tactical, Wes. I always say it with Mucha Hit games, and with his previous accolades of best defensive player in this competition, he can be a difficult man to break down.
Yeah, he's a tricky customer. He's well known for his defensive capabilities, as we've gone on length to talk about previously, but knows his way around attacking and ball movement and passing and knowing your ways to get through players. Mucha knows his way around this.
He does, of course. Keep letting us know what you think at home. Does Leao need more skills? I mean, he's been pretty good for AC this season.
I mean, yeah, in terms of players, world renowned, I think, is where it kind of comes to now. He's a top player.
That he is. We're just moments away from kickoff. Game 3 between Bayern München and AC Milan. Naples versus Mucha Hit. Both identical, really, in terms of how many points they've gained for their respective sides, both picking up 7 so far. Of course, Mucha Hit does have that asterisk from Matchday 2, where he was unable to attend. So we'll always be that game behind. But a chance to make up for that here and now in game 3. It's Naples attacking left to right. You've got Mucha Hit for Bayern München going the other way. And AC Milan would love 3 points here. Of course, 3 points for Bayern would see them joint top with Barcelona. Both of them would be on 32 points. But Origi's in here. Raheem Diaz, nice skills around the back, but no fooling Hernandez. I mean, when you put weapons such as Upamecano, De Ligt, Hernandez into the hands of Mucha Hit, who is so well-oiled defensively, it's going to be a difficult man to break down, and you see why we talk about him so often. Musiala now coming forward, and Kimmich is there, so is Koeman. Here is the former. Mane with Kalulu to beats his man. Can he get his strike off? Eventually, yes! And it finds the back of the net. Sadio Mane puts Mucha Hit in front, and Bayern can almost touch the top of the table.
Counted at least 2 super cancels there. Just the ability to just find that open lane. You can see, from Mucha, you can see the cogs were turning. The minute that ball fell to Mane, you can see the cogs just turning and turning and turning. And he finds a way. Just here, just neatness to get around the defender and find the edge and find the corner. Brilliant finish from Mucha Hit.
Just gets the defender to bite on the challenge. Committed to that animation, made the pressure way less on the eventual goal scorer, Sadio Mane. And Naples now has to work from behind. Koeman beats his man, stunning cross along the floor, looking for Tell. It'll be a corner. Goal number 8 for Mucha Hit. He's been ticking along nicely in this 2023 season.
And that's the point we made on Matchday 5 as well, is that Bayern have just been ticking along. They've not necessarily been at their most brilliant, but they've been ticking along, they've been taking points on, and as such now they have, as we said, now sleptwalked into the conversation of top 2.
As we said, they'll be touching the top of the table if things stand, and there's the second to help it along. A wicked finish from Tell. Mucha Hit clinical on the stage. Bayern 2, Milan 0.
Yeah, really good ball. Really good ball. It's this one here. Finds this just neat little reverse pass between both defenders. Carves the defence wide open. And Tell gets there ahead of Milan. Thunders it home.
It's almost a reverse pass to find the path of Tell, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Difficult to defend those ones because you just never see them coming. Goal number 9 for Mucha. Here's your table. I said touch in the top. They are level but for goal difference up there with Barcelona. Finaldo. Milan trying to steal one back. Hernandez to the rescue. That one could have been very hairy. Naples here now. Brahim Diaz, Rebic and Benacer trying to combine as a triangle. Delict away. How can Mucha orchestrate this counter-attack? Musiala is dispossessed. Kimmich though on the recovery mission. Brahim Diaz. Only half an hour gone in game between these two clubs. Yeah, with the double touch inside. To Rebic, Brahim Diaz, back to Rebic! 2-1! The lead cut in half. Naples right back in this one, and now they have a real foothold, Wes.
To steal your line, game on.
Well and truly.
Quite early in the half. There's still a little bit of time left to go before half-time. That is brilliant and a perfect tonic for those 2 early goals that were conceded. Now, as you said quite rightly, they now have a platform, AC Milan. Can they get themselves back into the game more forcefully? Can they get an equaliser? And can they build on it some more?
We've still 10 in-game minutes to go until half-time, so the opportunity may well present itself. Pavard for company. Diaz, Leao. Delict has gone in there. The referee's played advantage and brought it back now. Leao was fouled, and this will be inside the D. Plenty of options to go for goal here. As Leao goes over the wall. Off the woodwork, not for the first time today.
Took it so quickly that even Bayern couldn't really react. He just scrambled it away out of instinct, really.
Has Mane stayed on side here? I think he has, and Kingsley Coman might get it back to him as well, but will be rewarded with a corner. Tonali away. Rebic, oh, that was very inviting towards Diaz. Oh, Mane, plenty of space here. Stunning strike! 3-1! And Bayern and Mucha reinstate their lead. 2 goals now are the difference between these two clubs.
Yeah, it wasn't just greeted by applause on the stage. It was applauded in the VIP area as well. Certainly some vested interest, as we've said. These teams will hang about and look to see how other teams are doing, and certainly with AC Milan's desires to get into that top 6, with Bayern's to further increase that gap and just stay away from trouble and potentially get themselves into one of those top 2 spots. Their aspirations are certainly at play here too.
Absolutely, and it only makes the job that much more difficult for AC Milan if things stay the way they are. They are 4 points back from the final knockout stage place in our league table. Half-time, Bayern 3, Milan 1.
Certainly calmed things down for Muka hit there, but certainly calmed it down. He knows what he's got to do.
Well, this game has come to life in comparison to our previous 2, as you saw at the top of your screen. Not too many goals to speak of, but the difference maker here has been Mucha, and it's been Kingsley Coman. Rafael Leao back to him. That one's taken the sting off it. Will be a corner though. But Kingsley Coman starting this game has given a bit more impetus for Bayern's attack, a bit more of a focal point to supplement that front line. Milan corner. There is that man Coman, this time defensively, helping Bayern out of a difficult situation. Tell inside to Kingsley Coman. Tell dispossessed. Diaz to the feet of Origi, and Leao! Oh, Sommer! What a manual save!
Massive save in the complexion of this game.
Still alive here for Milan, and Naples, who can he find? Only De Ligt. Origi on to Rebic now against Pavard. On the hour mark now.
L'affluenza di quest'oggi è di 70.987 spettatori.
That's white shirts over on that far side. One of them's Coman, the other one's Musiala, but can't get his double touch off in time. Leao turns and finds Diaz, plenty of space, and here's Rebic for goal!
Great ball. Great find there from Naples. Couldn't find the finish.
Someone just needs to take the barn doors off of this goal for AC Milan, because right now they're getting their chances, but none of them finding pay dirt.
You can put Sane as SS and driver for me here.
Not same.
Okay, so that's it.
Or maybe this guy is for
maybe
CF.
Maybe
CF.
What does he have? No.
One touch pass, double touch.
Not time to make this. Just put some back, a full back the line. Okay, a bit. At least a play with one. You have 1 minute to think. You have 1 minute to think. If
Deep in thought was that Bayern Munich bench there. Directing traffic was Jose.
Just see the work that goes in between match days in these types of moments. Bayern know how close this one is. And for Naples, he knows he's had his chances and that they will continue to come, but for now has some defending to do. Tell. Sane back to him. And there's a chance here for Tell. Fairly simple for Magnan. Sane dispossessed, I think unfairly, by Kalulu. Or has this gone the other way? Bayern free kick. In a very inviting position. It'll be Leroy Sane with the left foot. Straight at the keeper.
Tried to read the manual goalkeeping. Of course, non-enacted there by Naples.
Oh, long ball given to Mane to chase. The keeper called into action. Here's your league table as things stand. Milan 4 points adrift. Could we see both Milan clubs at the end of the next match day be hour 2 on the outside looking in?
I want to keep an eye on there for that league table as well. It's AC Milan's goal difference versus the other 2 teams that are around them.
Could well come into play at the end of our next match day 7. Here's how match day 6 has panned out thus far. Time running out here though for Naples if he's going to mount a serious charge on this 2-goal lead. Adli to Origi. Back to him, but Hernandez is there. 10 in game to go. Tomori to Origi. Final 5 in-game minutes rapidly approaching here. Mujahid has shut the door on every single attack, and Tell's giving chase to this one. Can't get there first, but the most important thing is that time is ticked off of the clock. Oh, Tell with a run around the corner, and the goalkeeper's come a long way. Can Sane get his strike off? Can't beat the defender. But it's action up the right end of the pitch. If you're a Bayern fan, Leroy Sane into Mane as well. Adli onto Rebic, but I feel like there's not enough time left, even if this results in a goal, for Naples to get back in this one. Origi, Rebic to Adli, who's offside. He is offside, and that one met with a round of applause by our viewers here in the studio. Bayern 3, AC Milan 1. It's a 3 points for Mujahid, who has played tremendously well in Bayern's hour of need.
Yeah, again, great performance from Mujahid, and again from the team as a whole. 7 points out of a possible 9. Yes, it's not perfect, but it'll do. It will do for Bayern. It will get them through to the knockouts, and it more importantly puts them back in the conversation about a potential top 2 finish.
Yeah, most certainly will for AC Milan. I feel that the round of applause was coming from AS Monaco, who sit in that 6th final league table position with which the knockout stages come if you finish there at the end. 7 points from 9 for Bayern München as we look over the goals from Mujahid in game 3. The first coming quite early on. And let me tell you, Mujahid, renowned for his defensive work, has done so well in scoring goals in game 3 of match 3, and it's a 3-point summer that supplements his 2 teammates' work earlier on in the fixture as well. 7 points for Bayern, sees them joint top.
Sees them joint top. It also sees them join AS Roma as undefeated outfit for today in their pursuits of trying to finish at the top end of the table for Bayern Munich. Obviously, we've said now they've managed to climb into second in the table. The level on points with Arsenal, I believe it is, who have the opportunity to, of course, then overtake both Bayern Munich as well as FC Barcelona later on in the day. In the case of AC Milan, they had the opportunity, the golden opportunity to get maximum points, to get themselves into the top 6. They started the match outside by 5 points. Now they only managed to close that gap by just 1 point. It's not good enough, and it looks as though both of those teams from the city of Milan are going to be sent packing.
Potentially. There is, of course, always their next match day,
there is.
It's looking like a very difficult job they have ahead of them on the next match day. They would have liked to have made it a little bit easier on themselves to give themselves a bit of a chance going into that next match day, but yeah, it's difficult. You had Franquinho come in and earn himself a point on his debut, which is fantastic. You could argue maybe there's an aspect of the honeymoon phase going on there for him, but take nothing away from his performance. Fantastic. It's just Naples and Cezinho, they just weren't at the races today.
They certainly weren't. Well, more on that later on, but right now Wes is joined by a very formidable man indeed, Mujahid, who, as Harry pointed out, very great defensively, but also in his locker, plenty of goals as well, as he picked up those 3 points to help Bayern Munich for today. Wes, let's see what he has to say about that incredible performance and all those points for his side.
Fantastic, thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Mujahid. First of all, congratulations. 7 points from possible 9. Got to be happy with that performance.
Yeah, of course, we're really happy. We expected Milan to put out good performances. And as every game, I mean, every team in the league is super strong. But we prepared well, and I think all 3 of us played good, so I think deserved 7 points.
Yeah, and it kind of almost solidifies you in that top 6, and obviously you've got aspirations of potentially being top 2. Being now level with, as we're going to see, Barcelona versus Arsenal. I'm sure you'll be watching this with great intrigue.
Of course we will watch. As I said in the last interview, our goal is to be in top 2. After this match day, it's like we're almost sure in the top 6. So now we will watch Barcelona-Arsenal, and we will prepare our game against United in the last match day, and we will give our best to be in top 2 after the regular season.
Yeah, to touch on that last match day, of course, as you just mentioned, Manchester United is the task at hand, of course. If you do have those aspirations to take one of the top 2 spots, you're going to have a difficult game of it in the last match day.
Of course, it will be really difficult. For sure, one of the best teams in the league, but we know that if we can play our game, we can beat anyone. So we will try to do that. As always, we will practice a lot, analyze our mistakes, analyze United also, and we will give our best to take 9 points and to be in top 2 in the last.
Love the confidence from you. Love the confidence. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much to both you, Wes and Mujahid. Well, we do have the league table just here behind me. It's worth taking a little bit of stock as to how things are shaping up. I said that they were level on points with Arsenal. It's actually Barcelona, so things are looking even better than I thought for the German outfit. But it's going to be very tasty because on match day 7, we just heard there, they're going to be playing Manchester United, aren't they? And today, with Barca playing Arsenal, they could be taking points off of each other. We could actually see a really tight race between those 4 teams on match day 7 for those top 2 spots.
You're absolutely right, and what is obviously not denoted on this is that, as you said, the top 2 spots go straight into the semi-final of the knockout stages, so you get that extra level of comfort, you get the extra series break, I suppose you could say, in terms of being an extra round forward. But the team that's probably going to be looking at the match day 7 fixture list and licking their lips is probably Barcelona, knowing that Bayern are quite close to them in the table, United quite close to them in the table. Regardless of what happens today, they have to play each other. So one of the 2 is probably going to be out of the equation.
Absolutely love it. Wes, any thoughts you want to add here?
To kind of echo what Harry was saying, if you are Barcelona or Arsenal, you're pretty happy with the fact that Bayern are going to be playing United on the final day. So
It's just a case of whether results go their favour or not.
How do you see this next one going? Because we have, let me start again. At the start of the day, they were first versus second. We're talking about probably the top billing match we could have, not just for the day, but for the whole season so far. You have, on the one hand, one team that's scoring loads of goals, another team that's also been incredibly difficult to break down. Both of them have been sensational so far. So how do you see it playing out between them?
I think looking at it, just looking from the results that are on the table, and as you've been able to see, Barcelona have only dropped one game. They've only lost once. They're not an easy team to break down. And I think Arsenal, if you can get under their skin, you can kind of make them a little bit vulnerable. But in saying that, Arsenal themselves have their own firepower, they have their own weaponry, and I'm going to take my place on the fence here, guys. That's exactly where I'm going to sit.
So after all that, you're just going to say, I'm going to sit in the
it's
fence.
anybody's. It
so
literally
it's
is.
4 points apiece then, I guess.
Yeah,
is what
that's
we're looking
exactly
at, right?
how I think it's going to happen.
Cop-out. That's a cop-out, that is.
All right. Do you want to say something?
Do you want to reach out?
The only thing I want to say,
Okay.
2 players remain in the league with undefeated records. I believe I'm right in saying that. Both of them belong to Barcelona. So, Alex Alguacil, Eterito, if you're coming up against them, it's going to be a hard sell.
Ooh, hard sell indeed. Well, it is going to be a blockbuster clash, and it's going to be a fantastic one indeed between these two. The headliner of the day and of the competition so far is FC Barcelona against Arsenal.
Hey guys, Indominator here. I'm gonna show you guys a part of my life where I spent most of my time as a professional esports player for Arsenal Football Club, my own gaming studio. So yeah, let's have a look. Okay, we're gonna start off with the Wall of Fame. As you can see, I used to represent the Netherlands at the Euro 2021 tournament. I used to represent Celtic for 2 seasons in the eFootball Pro League, and I've got an Arsenal kit of my first season representing them. And yeah, every time I walk in the studio, these jerseys give me motivation to keep fighting for my dreams as an esports player. And yeah, then we're gonna move on to the big TV. Most of the time after the match days, I always relax and analyze my games. I do this from the couch, watching the big TV, as you can see. And then we're gonna move on to the place where the magic happens. As you can see, I've got a nice Arsenal gaming chair, and then my gaming desk, obviously a PS5, 2 monitors, a streaming PC as well. And the monitor on the right is the one I use to play on for practice, also play other games, of course. And the monitor on the left is more for content creation. For the ones that know me already, I've got a YouTube channel where I upload tips, tricks and tutorial videos for eFootball players if they want to become a better player, and also live stream on a weekly basis. And yeah, if you guys want to know how it looks like sitting at home watching my live streams, I'm going to show you guys the view. Okay, so this is the view my subscribers are seeing when I'm live streaming. I always try to interact a lot with my subscribers, with my followers. They can ask me questions during the live streams. For the ones that want to become a better eFootball player, I also make tips, tutorial videos, and I try to share my knowledge as an esports player for so many years, and hopefully I always try to give back, and hopefully you guys can improve as well for the ones watching at home. So yeah, if you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe to my channel if you want to dominate the game like Indominator does.
Hola a todos, hoy os voy a contar qué es lo que hago en mi día a día. Lo primero que solemos hacer cuando nos levantamos es lavarnos la cara, lavarnos los dientes. Después nos disponemos a desayunar. Yo siempre suelo desayunar fuerte porque después suelo ir al gimnasio, así que necesito bastante energía. Y en el gimnasio suelo estar en torno a 1 hora, 1 hora y media, depende del día. Y cuando llegamos del gimnasio suelo tomarme un batido para recuperarme, ya que hemos gastado mucha energía. Y ya después me dispongo a ducharme, ya que venimos del gimnasio y hay que ducharse. Después de ducharnos me dispongo ya a jugar hasta la hora de la comida. y cuando hemos comido suelo estar un ratito con el móvil, una hora y media, y ya después otra vez me dispongo a jugar hasta la hora de la merienda. Ya cuando hemos merendado, pues ya me dispongo otra vez a jugar hasta la hora de la cena, y ya cuando hemos acabado de cenar, depende del día, si estoy un poco más rayadete con el juego o no, pues suelo estar un poco más de tiempo. Si no estoy rayado con el juego, pues me quedo un poquito más jugando, y ya después me dispongo a dormir, a estar un rato con el móvil hasta que me entre sueño, y eso. Espero que os haya gustado mi día a día, chicos. Un saludo a todos y chao, chao.
Gee.
Well, thanks to the Palmer and Dominator, who have spoken through their lives and what they do on a day-to-day basis. Two things spring to mind. First, the Palmer, the first of our players today to mention they actually shower. So good on you, the Palmer. It's, you know, if there's a bad smell in the arena, it's not coming from him. The other thing is, I've been following Dominator for some time. We've commentated events together before. And it's fun for me to see the finished studio, because I've been following him for a while. He's been building it. I remember the summer he was doing it. It's good to see it finished. And of course, a shout out to his YouTube channel as well. Great content creator if anyone has a chance to check out his videos. But a huge mammoth, all the superlatives affair here as he takes on the only 100% record player in the entire competition. Two-time world champion Eterito, 15 points out of 15 for him. He is on a 5-game win streak. What do you say about this man?
He's on an absolute tear, is what he is. He's on a warpath. Of course, Dominator is in his way today, and of course, that in itself presents its own types of issues. Dominator, as we know, likes the ball, likes possession, likes to keep it, likes to kind of almost strangle you a little bit with possession. And that's what he's going to need here today. He's going to need to take the ability of Eterito doing damage to him, needs to take it away.
That he will. We've been waiting all day for this, and this is with all due respect to every other club in this competition, because they all put up a fight and they all put on an incredible display. But I think everyone in the eFootball stratosphere has had their eyes on this since it was announced at the start of the season, and since the season's progressed, when we saw from last match day when we looked towards this one. They were top two entering today, split by only 1 point in the table. Barcelona taking on Arsenal. We always say at Arsenal they have to take scalps, and up to this point, they've done just that, but this is the real test.
Yeah, and it does just go to show, in terms of if we looked at Arsenal from previous seasons, if we looked at teams across the spectrum of the league, there are some teams that have performed way above where they have done historically. Arsenal are one of those teams. They've always flattered to deceive. They've always haven't quite been at the races. Now, though, they seem to have a 3-man unit that is up there and can go against the very best. And you know, you talk about the very best, you talk about two players that are opposite. You mentioned Eterito, who's not dropped a point yet. You've also got Alex Alguacil, who's not lost yet. And then, as he said, those two players in the same squad again. It almost feels like that bit of synergy. It feels like almost it's like a rebalancing of the eFootball force, as it were, where these two are back together again in the same lineup, in the same team, and working together to work this out. This has a fascinating outlook to this team and this game.
That it does, and when we look at form, we know Eterito green across the board, 5 wins out of 5. On the other side, Dominator, since that Matchday 1 loss against Stifler of AS Roma, that's the only blip in his results so far. You could argue 4-0 against Jose on the last match day, but he got the points from it because of Jose's infringement of the rules. So in terms of points gathered, 12 out of 15, not bad at all from Dominator, and we will see whether or not his controlling, suppressive game style will work against a player of the caliber of Eterito.
Not to mention, of course, one of those scalps was Maccabeal of AS Monaco.
Yeah.
And again, major scalps, you talk about it. Now Arsenal are now putting him up against Eterito, who, as you said, has just been in blistering form. Like I say, it's real. Now these litmus tests are coming for Dominator, but it's good to see that he's back to that level that we
almost expect of him.
You're absolutely right, and that game, as you mentioned, against Uzmakabil, a last-minute winner in a 3-2 victory, won him goal of the match day from Matchday 4. So not only is he capable of getting those results for Arsenal, he's also capable of gaining awards for them as well. We are now underway, our final match of match day 6. Barcelona, who are top, against Arsenal, currently finding themselves in 3rd place, but started the day top 2. It's Etorito versus Indominator. Arsenal left to right, Barca the other way. 2 words, don't blink.
You will not want to take your eyes off this for a second, because this will have everybody looking at it. It's a poor giveaway. It's Lewandowski!
Lewandowski has put Etorito into an immediate lead. 5 minutes gone, and when you play possession style, you've got to keep the ball. That's what Etorito was banking on, and immediately makes Indominator pay. 1-0.
Absolutely punished to the utmost degree. It's a rob from Pedri. You can see how wide that Arsenal defence is away from one another. You're just kind of asking for trouble when you give it to a player of Lewandowski's calibre. First time strike. Etorito back amongst the goals already.
It's just business as usual for him. He never seems to celebrate a goal. He knows, although this is the business end of the season, it's the knockout stages that count the most. For Arsenal, this was always going to be a tough fixture. But if there's a man that can do it, it's Indominator. Odegaard with a pocket of space now. Martinelli cannot find Jesus. Jorginho. And now we're seeing Indominator start to push the pace a little bit. Odegaard looking for Trossard.
You've got to worry about here though is accuracy. If you're going to push the pace, you're going to start to play more passes. Got to make sure they find their targets.
Partey drives the ball the other way, and Odegaard is into the box. Stunning strike is saved. And with Indominator's first real attack, it's forced a save out of the Barca keeper. Corner. Tomiyasu. Etorito deals with the corner well and recycles possession. But Odegaard's there. Real Martinelli. Trossard on the edge of the box. And by Touré on the counter. Frenkie de Jong. Pedri to Lewandowski. Saliba is needed, and with 20 minutes gone, it's the fireworks we expected out of these two. Kessie cuts inside. Safely back to Ramsdale for Indominator, and we speak about it as fans, as we urge on debutants to keep their nerve. It's the same here for Indominator. He's been around the block a few times. He knows to keep his head. Beating Etorito requires nerves of steel. So far he's showing like as every attack looks like a potential chance for Barcelona. And of course the undefeated record speaks for itself so far this season.
It certainly does. And again, in terms of how he's performed and the goals that have been scored, he's almost been in a league of his own in terms of both point creation and goal creation.
Pedri coming forward, Lewandowski, will he get there first? He will! And doubles the lead! Just like that! It's Eterito, Lewandowski. The rest writes itself, 2-0.
It's a great white shark in an aquarium at the moment. He is absolute on a feeding frenzy here. Again, having that ball, it's a neat little ball. Dinks it over the top of Partey's head. Saliba's nowhere to be found. Lewandowski stoops, finds the header and finds the goal. 2-0 now.
2-0 indeed.
I think subdued to the celebrations. I think as even he knows the danger that Arsenal possesses, and he knows not to go too early in terms of celebration.
Owen Dominator showing he's got a plan A, B, C all the way through. But 2-0 down was not in the plan. 18th of the season, rejoins fellow multiple world champion, multiple-time world champion, who's Maccabi at the top there. They are in a league of their own, 5 clear of anyone else. The cream of the crop rises to the top, Wes.
Certainly do. Dominator still possesses danger though, just can't quite find the right touch to bring it under control.
Five to go till half-time. Kessie, near side. Can it be 3 before the half? Tomiyasu intervenes. Dembele to Pedri. Eterito building here. Dembele in the D, double touch. Back to Pedri! Ramsdale across quickly. Thanks to the manual control of Indominator. Had to get that one right, and well, is there a final chance before half-time? I don't think so. So Barca 2, Arsenal 0. 2 goals from Lewandowski sees Eterito in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we expected what we have seen, but if you're going to give if you're going to give Eterito the impetus to come forward and attack you and give him the ball, you're going to be punished. And as you've seen, 2 real clear-cut chances, 2 goals.
Now, I don't want to be a jinx, but Eterito, 2 match days, including today, away from a perfect regular season.
It's a commentary curse, that.
We will see. Second half underway. Eterito 2, Indominator 0. Trossard with the switch of play, looking for Martinelli. Can he recover quicker than Koundé? That would be some feat, going an entire season undefeated in 1v1s.
Well, not to predict it, but that would certainly put him in the conversation for league MVP.
It would be hard to write him off. Kessie near side. Against the Scotsman Tierney and the Italian Jorginho. It's the former who gets the tackle away. I think he's bought a foul as well, has he? Or is it going Barca's way? It is. Is there anything from the training ground? Ball whipped in, looking for Lewandowski. And in fact, I think Ramsdale wasn't expecting that one to be so close to goal. The linesman's seen something that he's not happy with, so this one will be brought back. Lewandowski, near side to Pedri. Gabriel Martinelli. Things are looking good now for Indominator. Trossard with lots of space. Sergio Roberto's there, but so is Jesus. Nothing doing. Sergio Busquets on the hour mark now. Keep letting us know at home who you want
The attendance for this
and
match
think will
was
win this game.
71,550.
Eserito steals the ball back. Of course, we're around the period of the game now where substitutes can be absolutely pivotal. Both players on the stage thinking exactly the same. We can see the two players' mantras there. Eserito happy to play as things were. And Dominator constantly tinkering, tweaking to get his team exactly how he needs it. Pedri near side looking for the run of De Jong that was just a little bit anonymous. Here he is on the ball now though. Party. Pedri in there quickly, and this could be a rapid chance for Eserito. Dembele can't get his pass off. Still Eserito 2 in Dominator 0. Crossfield ball towards Trossard. Dembele now inside the box, twisting, turning, double touch, tackled. Danger not gone yet though, as Pedri's almost stolen away from his man.
It's a little bit too much from Eserito there, just a little bit. Trying too many touches inside the box, could easily just try and pull the trigger there, but what do I know? I'm sat here and he's sat there.
We're going to see an Indominator turnaround. It needs to happen soon. On the 80th minute now. For all Eserito's work up top, it's been the defence that's saved his bacon on a couple of occasions so far. His work in the middle third is surely what separates him from the rest of the competition. That midfield of Eserito constantly 2 steps ahead.
It's everything that Indominator was thrown at him, Torres had an answer for.
Now, not to put words in his mouth, but I can imagine exactly what's going through Eterito's head right now, at least what's going on in his head, in my head, is that he's thinking, you can change as much as you like.
I'm still going to, yeah.
I'm
still,
Eterito.
Yeah.
Number 20.
Here's Pedri.
Number 35.
There's a man forward as well. Kessie back to Pedri.
Number 5.
De Jong close to the corner flag.
Coming on the field.
Of course, all this is doing is draining more time off the clock.
Number 34. Number 72. Number 25.
And the epicenter for this result all stemmed from that early giveaway in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, Lewandowski is almost coming through for his hat-trick, but you're right, Wes.
It all stemmed from one giveaway, which then gave every piece of encouragement to Eterito's gameplay. And again, not like you need us to tell you, you don't need to give him that type of invite.
Absolutely not, as we are just moments away from the final whistle. There it is, the unbeaten streak continues. Eterito with another 3 points in this competition. Barcelona 2, Arsenal 0. I mean, what do you say?
It's 18 points from 18 possible points that were on show for him. And again, it was routine. It was more routine than I think we even realised, which is, again, it's one big giveaway. And like I said, when you're up against this type of opponent, 6 minutes in, you cannot be giving him that type of invite. You cannot be giving him that type of gift. Yeah, I know that this is kind of almost a pre-birthday treat for myself and yourself, but you can't be giving gifts away like that.
Had to sneak it in there, didn't you?
Had to.
Of course, mine and Wes's birthday next week, May 19th, if anyone wants to get us a present or a card or anything, but for now, Eterito is providing us with enough of a present in his performance.
Glorious pieces of football.
Just 2 goals from Lewandowski. It seems like a bit of a mundane scoreline almost for Eterito standards, but again, it's the fact that he's able to churn out these results against an Indominator who hadn't really lost since Matchday 1. So don't discredit this performance by Eterito or Indominator really, because at times this season, Eterito has been free scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, I think he even looked disappointed there that he hasn't taken the goal scoring rankings on his own. I think that's what he was grimacing at with that 88th minute chance. He was like, I could have took that myself. But yeah, you're quite right in saying Eterito has been free flowing, has been free scoring, and sometimes, as we say, it is not necessarily the performance, it's the result at the end of it. So, you know, Eterito will be looking at that and going, well, actually, do you know what? You know, I may have only won 2-0, but that's 3 valuable points in the bank for us. And it then starts to create that separation again for Barcelona. Now on the sticks, you got Alex Alguacil, who is that second part of that unbeaten duo that is possessed by Barcelona. And it'll be a tricky little event, especially with the way that Alex has been playing. It'll be a tricky event for Arsenal to come up against him.
And it will. As a final note on Eterito, he joins fellow multiple-time world champion Usman Kabil at the top of the leading goal-scoring charts. It was always destined to be those two, wasn't it, this season, with the reintroduction of Eterito this season.
It's like Batman and the Joker is what it is like with those two. Yeah, they always seem to be dovetailed in one form or fashion.
That they do, but their time in the spotlight is now over. Enter the fray. Alex Alguacil versus Ostrabuch. As you rightly said, Alex, one of the 2 undefeated players remaining in the competition. 3 wins, 2 draws. Coming up against Ostrabuch, who started off the first couple of match days a little bit lackluster in 2 losses, but since has picked up a decent bit of form. I mean, a 3-2 win against Lotfi, a 2-1 win against Mucha. It's some decent performances in there, of course. Difficult when you're playing against your brother. Just a 3-3 draw there, between the 2. But always constantly improving as Ostrabuch, so it's going to be difficult for Alex here.
Yeah, there was that kind of, I think it was match day, I think it was either 2 or 3 where he kind of finally came to the fore. We've been looking for a performance from Ostrabuch and it hadn't really panned out, and then all of a sudden it just clicked, as we said. There'll be one match day where it will just click for
players in, you know, and it may just be a case of game plan, it may just be a case of formations, or it could just be, you know, things that are off the sticks. It could be, as silly as it sounds, restful night's sleep, getting here and getting prepped correctly. They're changing something within that mechanism. Seems to have woken Osterbuch up a little bit, but of course, he's now up against a very canny operating Alex Alguacil.
That he is our penultimate game of the day is now underway. Alex Alguacil attacking from right to left. His Barcelona take on Osterbuch's Arsenal in game 2. And this could be a very, very fun affair as both players of a very top caliber. Gabriel Jesus is looking lively early. Trossard now to Ødegaard as Arsenal try and push the pace early on. Ødegaard's header! Too close to the keeper. Pedri on the far side against Gabriel. Difficult defender to beat, but he's used the 1-2, and De Jong is waiting graciously. Busquets now for Alex. Pele with the back heel. Sergio Busquets. To the feet of Lewandowski, who's been utilised so well by Barca this season. Dembele, De Jong, oh, too close to Tierney. Since the early spell from Arsenal, it's been mostly Barcelona coming forward. Alex has settled himself down into the game quite nicely.
Got to be careful of the counter attack from Arsenal, though. We know they can move in waves, and we know they can move at pace. That's going to be something he'll have to be mindful of.
Ostri coming forward, Martinelli inside of Koundé, and the Barca defence holding quite firm. Nice 1-2 to free up De Jong. De Jong again, as Dembele, has he stayed onside? He has, and it'll be a corner.
To be a bit improvised in terms of that take to Dembele, just to keep it in play. If he'd let that run out in front of him, it does not stay in play. It's a volley, it's deflected. Wasn't a save, it's deflected for a corner.
I think almost had everyone watching the linesman there, but a really good find by Alex. Something for Jesus to chase, but the entire defence of Barca getting involved, including the goalkeeper. Martinelli on the near side, can't keep the ball in play. 25 gone, Wes. 0-0. You've seen a lot of territory for Barcelona, but Ostri is just one of those players that you can't give him an invite into a game because he will take it with both hands.
Yeah, and it looks as though it's going to be one of those kind of midfield battles. It's going to be who can evade each other's midfielders first. We said at length in Matchday 5 about how important the defensive midfielder position is within eFootball. This is going to be one of those types of games. It's Partey and it's Busquets who are up against each other. And it's just going to be a case of who can break the lines. As you see there, it's 4 Barca shirts coming forward now.
He's found a man over, Pedri. Tomiyasu is the man, but Dembele is straight offside. Couldn't quite hold the line there.
I'll be happy it was flagged to be offside, because that was a header and a big chance that went over the bar.
Jesus dragged down. Now Ostri for Arsenal, likely to play this one short back to Partey. One cleared into the stands by Alex. And this is the type of unforced error that maybe Ostrovic will see as a sign of weakness. We speak about that invite back into the game. We're giving him an opportunity here. Nothing doing though for Martinelli. Pedri can't beat Gabriel.
Exactly the type of game we'd expect from two teams that started off the day 1 and 2. It's cagey, it's tight, it's a little bit nervy. But it also puts into perspective the result that we've already seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's somewhat of a nervy affair, and if you're a fan of the drama, this is the place to be. 5 minutes to go in the first half as Gabriel Jesus has a chance to maybe to take the lead. Martinelli thought twice about keeping that one in, but this was a real chance for Arsenal.
Yeah, it was a really good opportunity there. Jesus to do some damage. Rocks a nose.
It will be another corner. Stuck into a very dangerous area. Odegaard to take. Gabriel's waiting. In the end, evades everyone. In this clash at the top of the eFootball Championship Pro Table.
So tight at the moment, they seem to just be cancelling one another out here.
It's a good little spell for Arsenal though, as Austria has grown into this half. Martinelli has a task to beat Koundé, and he's done just that, as you say, with good footwork. Jesus tries to find Odegaard, but too close
manual read
to Ter Stegen again.
Great manual read from Alex to get that goalkeeper across and take that ball away. Half-time 0-0. As you say, sometimes the most entertaining of games aren't necessarily goal-ridden. Instead, it's these tactical chess battles that we like to see.
With the owner of a blue car parked outside the stadium gate, kindly remove it as it is about to be towed away.
Second half, Arsenal 0, Barca 0. Poised on a knife edge here, and when something you pointed out to me, both players headsets off here, so willing to take in the emotion and the tension of the occasion. Something tells me there's going to be a rupture of emotion from either side if a goal goes in.
Yeah, you feel as though that tension and that kind of almost anxiety that's on that stage will be punctured by a goal if we are to find one. They know what's on the line as well, these two teams. They will know how important each point is to each of these teams.
Trossard looking for Jesus. Christensen almost caught in a difficult position. And although both players undefeated thus far this season, you can see the differences in play between Eterito and Alex. I'll come back to that as Ostrovic almost threatens the Barca back line. Alex is finding it very hard to get Lewandowski involved in the build-up. Eterito is making it look easy. Here he is on the ball now, though, to the feet of Pedri, but the control just not there.
Yeah, it's almost as though the ball is being received to Lewandowski in places you don't want him on the edge of the box. You want him inside the box. You want him inside the 6-yard box if you can help it. But it's those link players, those players that are around him in that kind of attacking diamond. They're the ones that you really need to get free. So we'll see Jesus forward.
Yeah, near side versus Christensen. He's gone inside. Gabriel forward. This is fascinating between these two. De Jong with Odegaard for company. Here is Lewandowski, but again, just can't get the ball under his spell. Now, is there a counter on? Trossard. Can't find Jesus, so the ball will come the other way. Pedri now. But Partey is there. Austria just taking the opportunity to settle down this attack a little bit, but once more Sergio Roberto is there. Neither player able to hold possession for meaningful periods of the play thus far.
Yeah, those nerves are creeping in here. They know that one mistake here could cost them.
Substitution for Arsenal. Number 8. Martin Odegaard.
Everyone here cannot take their eyes off the screen.
Number 10.
Roxa can't even sit down, he's stood up. 20 in-game minutes to go. Still level between Alex Agutil and Ostrabuch here, but there's a real chance as Trossard only has Christensen to beat. Jesus! Austria on the board! And with 15 in-game to go, this game has been blown wide open now.
I think you punctured the air more than they did. They were solemn about the goal. Brilliant work from Ostrabuch to get himself involved there. Gets the ball down the line, Trossard. Neat little dink into the box. It's a stooping header, and it's just the flight. It's the flight of that header. Just takes it away from the goalkeeper. And Ostrabuch has himself a goal lead. It's almost subdued by Arsenal standards of a celebration. But again, I think they know the importance of the goal.
That's as cool as you like from Ostrabuch. We're underway, 15 in-game to go, and now Alex has to chase this. The goal, Ostrabuch's 9th of the season. What a signing he's been for Arsenal.
Took him a little bit of time to get going, but he's now finding his feet with this Arsenal side.
Final 10 in-game minutes then. If there's an equaliser to be found, it has to come within that time. Tomiyasu. There's the man who set up the goal near enough, Trossard. Jorginho is waiting. Pedri looking for Lewandowski, but once again it's the tail of the tape. You just can't seem to get Lewandowski involved. That is a goal that would put Arsenal 1 point behind Barcelona in the league standings going into Game 3, if it remains this way. That is a big if. De Jong beats Tomiyasu. Party cleaning up again.
As you said, that DMF just tucking in there for Thomas Partey, just claiming the ball back at will.
Trossard fighting. Smith Rowe.
There will be 1 minute added time.
To the corner, of course. Just 1 minute added on, and has he won himself a corner? He has. The referee points that way. And Austria will take all of this time. Because he is mere moments away from what would be a huge 3 points. It would be Alex Alguacil's undefeated season coming to an end. His season lives on, but the record has a blemish now. Austria 1, Barcelona 0. 3 points to the Arsenal going into game 3.
Big performance there from Austria, big performance when it was needed as well from the whole. And you'll see that Jos very happy with the fact that he's almost bailed his captain out of jail a bit there.
That he has. Well, we can take a little look at the players stepping up for our final game of match day number 6. This season has flown by the way. Have I said that already?
You mentioned it earlier, and quite rightly. It only feels like yesterday, where match day 2 kicked in, match day 3, and it's how quickly these games go. But it's a testament to what we say about these players. These games go very quickly. You don't get them back either. So that's now in the history books that Austria Butcher's got himself 3 points on the board.
Well, as we look over some of the highlights, it was a game that took quite some time to kick into gear. 75th minute, this was the moment Trossard sets up Jesus, and it's the difference between the two at the end of game 2. And as you said at the end, and then there was one. Eterito, the only undefeated player, remains in this competition. And as you said, a bit of a downplay of the reaction, but inside Austria must be swelling with pride, because that is one heck of a result.
Yeah, I mean, the human side of it you have to think about is that, these teams will go into off seasons and they'll be talking to clubs about, well, what pieces do we have, and are these the right fits for our club, and in terms of points that are gained and goals that are scored. And to make a point on Arsenal, they have that blend. They have the right blend now for me, in the sense of, yes, we have seen iterations of Arsenal's team before. We've not seen it this consistent before, in terms of the ability to pick up points, the ability to pick up results, and more importantly, to show their level when they need to.
You're absolutely right. And the important thing to note with those 3 points from Austria is that Arsenal can still finish today's match day on the top of the table with a win here in game 3. You can see the men stepping up for either side. You have the Palma for Barcelona against Roxa. 2 very different seasons these two have had. When you look at the points accrued across the two of them, 6 points for the Palma, 12 for Roxa. Just one single loss on his record. A 1-0 loss last match day against Bayern's Matchday, which was as tight as you like, by the way. Had that gone a different way, we'd be continuing the discussion about Roxa being an undefeated player in this competition. There's lots of different moving parts here, because yes, in the grand scheme of things, you have Arsenal fighting to be top of the table at the end of today, but you also have that man who didn't score on the last match day, was in the top 3 entering that one, found himself outside the top 5 at the end of play. So a bit of redemption potentially for the man on the right hand side of your screens.
Very true, very true. And knowing Roxa in the way that we do, obviously we talk to the players a lot off of the broadcasts and around the venues. You try and get a vibe on how players are and what their temperaments are. Roxa will be annoyed about the fact that he's not scored that last match day, and he'll be even more annoyed about the fact that he lost. Now, of course, on the flip side of that, on the other side of the fence, you have the Palma, who
I have been promising our viewers for what feels like 3 or 4 match days to say, yep, don't worry, there's going to be a very big performance that comes out of him, because as we saw previously, in previous games and previous seasons, he's been like a truck and has gone through a player. So is this going to be that? I don't know, but at some point it's going to have to break for the Palma, and at some point he's going to have to come to the fore for Barcelona.
That he is. We're moments away from kickoff, but it's such an interesting point we always raise about the Palma. He's always got one half of the season that is either good or bad, and then it's the opposite on the other half of the season. So we'll see if that trend continues. It's a curious one, because we've seen it a few times from him before, whereas Roxa has been flying high. I mean, win, match days 1 through 4. As we said, matchday 5, the only blemish on his record. So it's going to be a tough one. If there's a time to make a statement, the Palma, it's right here, right now, and you've got the perfect person to do it against.
Absolutely, it'd be a real statement of intent. And again, we talk about players trying to play their way into form and play their ways into competitions. We could safely say at this point that both Barcelona and Arsenal are through to their top 6. They can't drop out. Obviously, where they finish in that ranking, it remains to be seen. But going into a knockout phase, you need all of the players to be getting in, getting goals, getting some confidence in the sticks, rather than still having those question marks going through. Because there will be a point where he will be relied upon.
Of course, the format changes as Ramsdale will collect that one through a bit of traffic. Format changes in the knockout stage. It's best of 3 instead of everyone plays. So you want to be able to have that ability to put your best foot forward and have everyone chiming in when it comes to crunch time. Speaking of, it's the final game of this match day. Barcelona taking on Arsenal. Here's your league table. If Arsenal win, they will finish today top of the tree. And here comes Roxa with Gabriel Martinelli! And that's a way to do it! 8th minute of the game, Gabriel Martinelli for Roxa opens the scoring to set us up very nicely indeed.
It's what I like about Roxa so much. Doesn't dally. When he has the opportunity to shoot, he just shoots. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care about where he is. As long as he has that opportunity, he will just fire it. And again, stunning strike. Finds the corner. And Roxa has his lead already.
Already, as you say, Roxa wasting no time to make up for lost time. His 12th goal of the season. He wants to remain in the conversation of top goal scorer this campaign. Arsenal coming forward again. Martinelli free on this near side. Jesus has it at his feet. So Odegaard dispossessed before the strike comes away. Busquets intercepts, and lucky Tierney was there for Arsenal fans, because that one could have been dangerous. Instead, it's now an Arsenal attack. Jesus. Long ball to Odegaard with the improvised finish. Martinelli was waiting, queuing up. This ball from Jesus, the vision to find Odegaard.
Delicious ball into the box there. Just needed that last piece of the puzzle. You can see the ricochet from the save. You see Martinelli was arriving, and Barcelona had to clear that ball away.
Trossard's corner. ...20 in-game minutes gone. It's Roxa 1, the Palma 0. Roxa, by the way, not just scoring goals in high quantity, high quality as well. He won goal of the matchday on matchday 3. Feels like a long time ago now, but he is a man who loves scoring goals. Trossard beats Koundé. Jesus looking for Party, it's evaded everyone. Martinelli! 2-0! He doubles his tally to put the Gunners in control, and as things stand, enter matchday 7, top of the league.
It's 2 for Martinelli, it's 2 for Rox, it's 2 for Arsenal. That is a sumptuous finish. Again, Party with the neat take across, and again, first time strikes, they're always something to gamble on, especially when you know the goalkeeper is that far out. Brilliant finish.
Roxa 2, the Palma 0. Roxa's hunting for more goals here. Tierney looking for Jesus. Lucky for some.
Performances like this really show Roxa now starting to get into that discussion that we kind of had about players that are at that next level. And he's certainly creeping into that conversation.
Pedri is arriving here though for the Palma, and he pulls one back. It's Pedri. It's the Palma, and they're back in the game now. 3 goals in the first half. You say it, Wes.
Game on. It's indeed game on. Yeah, wonderful finish. Again, as much as I'm sitting there talking and say, yeah, you know what, Roxa's right up there, the Palmer's just like, hold on 1 second, Wes. Hold on a sec. Let me just remind you of who I am. Brilliant ball from Lewandowski. Brilliant finish from Pedri. And all of a sudden now, as you can see, that little head bobs, the little G'ing up from Eterito and Alex, just seemingly trying to cajole a little bit of emotion out of the Palma.
Long ball looking for Jesus is dealt with by the Palma defensively. But it's why you'll often see Roxa start to not celebrate too much, but also rue the chances he misses, because now it's allowed the Palma, with the quality that he has, back in this game 3. Dembele still with the ball. De Jong was waiting.
The issue that the Palma has is, as we just saw from the graphic there, it's 5 goals over 6 match days so far. He's got to find his shooting boots. He's got to find finishes and got to find the ability, which we know he has, to put these chances away.
Odegaard. Roxa looking for a reply, and Jesus is through. 1-on-1! Parity restored. Roxa with the 2-goal cushion once more. Arsenal still top. Arsenal 3, Barca 1.
It's instinctive, it's reactive, it's everything you want it to be. First time passes, first time shots, the ability to move the ball at pace. Brilliant. And again, doesn't give the Palma a chance to even set a potential manual goalkeeping or anything like that. Instead, just fires it, pulls the trigger, says thank you very much, I'll take a third.
That man just does not know how to stop scoring. And wait a second, because Dembele here for Barcelona! It's 3-2!
They left it to the end of the day to have this game, Harry.
This could be a cricket score here. 5 goals in the first half. Both these men don't know how to stop scoring.
No, they absolutely don't, and they don't have any quit in them, do either of these two.
After 39 minutes,
As you see, pretty much from that kick-off phase that we say so much to people, you have to stay alert. You have to stay alert at those moments because get away from you very quickly.
I should say, saw the gesture from Eterito, just saying, let's keep it calm now. We're right back in this one. It's not even half time yet. You wanted him to find his shooting boots. He's going to need to continue this comeback. Nice control from De Jong to the feet of Lewandowski. Jesus again, look out for the man on the far side. It's Gabriel Martinelli. The chance is gone though, but Trossard's still alive with it. I think it's Ødegaard.
Own player took it away from him.
Ødegaard gets in the way. And that invites the Palmer to come at the other end. That's a tremendous tackle from Roxa. 3 minutes added on here in an eventful first half. Tomiyasu cleaning up. Roxa back into the top 3 of the goal-scoring charts. Tierney with the long ball, looking for Jesus.
Got there ahead of him.
Away there.
Got there ahead of him. It's just keeper was too close to make that save.
Everyone take a breath. It is Arsenal 3, Barca 2. At half-time in Game 3. A game that decides who finishes this match day and enters the last match day of the regular league in first position.
Big say in the conversation. Most definitely this result will.
We're underway. Our final half of eFootball here today. At the highest level of the game. Palmer coming forward with Pedri. Gabriel can't quite get close to him, and Pedri straight at Ramsdale. Tomiyasu made a meal of it, but was fouled. Starting as they mean to go on here in the second half.
Certainly, this has been goals and action aplenty here. It's not over by a stretch. You've still got 40 in-game minutes left here. Here's Trossard.
Good tackle from Koundé. Inside to Kessie, plenty of room and time to find the pass he wants. Long ball to Jesus, has a man over there as well. Eric Garcia's watching over that, and Jesus with the pass, I think that was to Martinelli. Goalkeeper called into action. Martinelli, plenty of time and space. Arsenal couldn't come away with the ball, and that's invited Dembele forward. Approaching the hour mark now. Barca in search of an equaliser, but El Nene pivotal in that passage of play. Here's Partey.
The attendance for this match was 71,649.
Martinelli was making that run, but this is true end-to-end eFootball, and it won't stop here as Pedri has a player to find. It's Lewandowski waiting, goes high and into the goal. There is your equaliser. Perfectly played by the Palmer. Knows how good Lewandowski is in the air. He chooses that option, chooses that route, and Barca back in this one, 3-3.
Check the desk. He's found those boots. He has found them. He has found an equaliser. Brilliant bit of work here again. Timing that lofted ball is brilliantly played by Pedri. Lewandowski again at the double. Brilliantly. It's even better in slow-mo, that lofted ball. Brilliant header from Lewandowski. Finds the corner. Ramsdale just can't get there. And you see the reaction. They know what that means.
It means Barcelona back at the top of the table. 36 points to Arsenal's 35.
Substitution for Arsenal.
We said the Palmer's like a sleeping giant. We're just waiting for him to wake up. He's well and truly done that here. Not done yet either. Still heaps of time. Pedri giving chase. The Palmer's 7th so far this season.
I think I might petition these two to play again if we can, just to have an extra game, because it's been so enjoyable to watch.
What it is, the finesse has fizzled out slightly from Rox's standpoint, although that's a lovely crossfield ball to Martinelli. Jesus is there! 4-3! They cannot and will not stop scoring here. Arsenal are back in front, and that is some hit from Jesus. 4-3.
Thank God the keeper wasn't in the way, because he'd have ended up in the goal with that shot. That's a real strike. Again, neat knockdown for the Zinchenko crossfield from Martinelli, and again, it's that instinctive, just hit it when you've got the opportunity. Don't mess about, don't play and bide your time, just be instinctive and strike it, especially with the likes of somebody like Gabriel Jesus. Wonderful finish. You see there the reaction from Roxa, even he's trying to wake himself up.
I think Roxa is everyone in that situation. I mean, he can't quite believe what a game this has been. 15 on the season. Something tells me he's not quite done yet either. Martinelli looking for Trossard. That one not connecting though, and it's a goal that puts Arsenal back above Barcelona in first place. Oh, Dembele's been the fortunate party here. Does he get possession? Gabriel's still fighting, and he will clear.
It's good work from Roxy. He had to. Slight ricochet that was unfortunate. Managed to recoup the ball.
When we speak about violent swings in the table, just note this game. Lewandowski back to De Jong, looking for Lewandowski again. Note this game, because these two have swapped places in the table about 3 different times in game 3 alone.
It has been one to keep your eye on. It really has.
Oh, what's the referee given here? Roxa can't believe it.
I think it's on the edge. Yeah, just on the edge.
That is right on the line. Defending to do one for De Jong at the back post. Oh, Kessie's made an amazing run, but the pass is overhit. No one keeping tabs on him, and you can't afford too many mistakes like that if you're Roxa, but also De Palma, because as it stands, Arsenal are top of the league. Can De Palma provide a bit of magic to keep things interesting here? De Jong can't beat Tomiyasu. Dembele's there. Kessie, far side. De Jong. Dembele.
Really heavy challenge.
Yeah,
nothing given by the referee.
Had a good look at that and seen nothing wrong. They play on here. I would have to see that one again, because it didn't look like he got too much of the ball. Where's very suspicious decision there from the referee, but we go to changes.
Just see them trying to find those
Substitution for
small moments of trying to
number 8.
Find the last bit of juice out of their players.
Not a lot of time left for Barcelona. Roxa, how is your game management? Retains possession here. Tierney plays it long, gives Jesus something to chase. And Now 89th minute, approaching the 90th. Pedri skipped away from his man. Kessie, Dembele, inside. Jorginho clears.
3 minutes added time.
Only 3 added on, but that's plenty of time for a player of the calibre of De Palma. Barcelona not giving up this one. Lewandowski has not been able to get there, and I think that is the result that sees Arsenal finish today top of the league. Roxa 4, De Palma 3. What an entertaining contest between these two football clubs. A beautiful, beautiful game. And it ends with Arsenal at the very top of the table.
Well, I think it was almost the best had been saved to last, and as such, what a game to close the show on.
That is something special from Roxa. And De Palma as well. We said for a long time we wanted to see De Palma's shooting boots. He found them, but there's no boots bigger than the Roxas. Unbelievable.
Again, it was fascinating to watch. It's just that shoot-on-sight mentality. That's all it was.
Absolutely it was. I mean, the scoring started early, and it looked like we would be in for a very one-sided affair as we saw Roxa go into a 2-goal lead. But then De Palma just wasn't giving it up, Semra. He was constantly in the conversation. And it's that fight that we've been expecting of De Palma this entire season. He finally showed it here. But when you're going up against Roxa, he just scores goals for fun. And I think Arsenal will be the happier of the two of those clubs, considering they'll be ending the day, Semra, top of the league.
Days of Barcelona and the first match day, AC Milan, who surprised all of us by picking up those maximum points. Now all of a sudden we have a brand new club sitting pretty at the top, and as you say, I think Arsenal will be very happy that their artillery was firing on all cylinders today, because they managed to pick up those crucial points that just sees them edge the Catalan outfit at the top end of the table. It is keeping things very nice and tight, very competitive, very interesting. And I think we certainly did see the best for last, as Wes put it. A 7-goal thriller, end-to-end stuff. Defensively, things just fell by the wayside, but they were on point whenever it came to their shots on target, their goals, their conversion rate, all that good stuff. So it really was a brilliant affair, not just between Roxa and De Palma, but all across the board between FC Barcelona and Arsenal today.
Yeah, one thing we said last match day is when Matchday was able to take down Roxa 1-0, keeping a clean sheet against a man who has been free scoring so far this season, is that he's got a little bit of time to catch up on in the next match day, and boy did he deliver. 4 goals there sees him right back in the conversation of top 3. He's third in the table now based on that performance alone. He was outside of the top 5 entering today, I believe. So what a performance from Roxa. I mean, that's unbelievable. Against a player like De Palma, that's some performance.
This is high quality, high standard stuff we're looking at here. Speaking of which, it was a disappointing day individually for Indominator, who's with Wes, but I imagine he won't be too bothered by that considering what's happened now after his teammates were able to pick up the slack and put them at the top end of the table. Let's get their thoughts. Wes and Indominator together in the mix zone.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with Indominator. Arsenal FC, league leaders. It doesn't sound too bad, does it?
Of course, it's very nice to be on the top of the table, but on the other hand, quite mixed feelings. I personally lost my match, but incredible to see my teammates winning their games with amazing performances, and just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you talk. Obviously, we have to kind of maybe slightly gloss over your game and the fact that you lost in that opening game. But to see your teammates come through, clutch moments from Ostribuch. Of course, you saw free scoring Roxa. You can probably hear him already in the background. It was great to see those two really come to the fore and help you out a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to have such teammates that can make a difference, and I think all 3 of us, we had these moments already in the league, and I think it says enough about us as a team, and hopefully we can perform the same in the last match day, and hopefully we can bring this to the knockout stage as well. So.
Yeah, of course, pretty much all but through, if not already through, for my own maths in terms of the top 6. Going into match day 7, though, you have a date with AC Milan. You know what they need. What do you need on match day 7?
Yeah, they obviously need points. We need points as well, of course. I think we are ahead with 5 points with the third one. So, 5 points ahead is a great position. But we are Arsenal. We want to finish first. We are first now. We want to finish first, and hopefully we can manage it. So.
Well, fantastic work from you guys. Again, congratulations. Go and enjoy it with your teammates. Back to you guys on the desk.
Very much indeed for that. Well, let's go ahead and run you through the whole results of the day. We can break each match down for you. Here you can see the Manchester United Monaco. It was the tightest one of the lot, both of them picking up 4 points today. In the case of Bayern Munich as well as AS Roma, both of them undefeated with 7 points on the board. We can't unfortunately say the same for the likes of AC Milan or Inter Milan, both of those teams hailing from the same city. Just the 1 point apiece. It may not be good enough, all said and done, for them to go through to the knockout round. We already know that we have to say goodbye to Inter, but AC Milan still in with a chance, just 4 points outside of the top 6. And the last one, Barcelona, I think it's the worst day in the office so far for them. Just the 3 points on the board. They'll be very, very unhappy with that. But Arsenal gunning high, and they got their rewards.
They'll be the happiest, absolutely, out of all of our clubs, all 8 clubs. I think Arsenal definitely going to bed with smiles on their faces tonight. even in Dominator, I know he's a bit
I think the party's already started. I can hear them.
Sounds like it.
They're a rowdy bunch. They are a rowdy bunch, to say the least, Arsenal.
The silver lining for Barcelona, obviously, Etorito still continuing his perfect season so far. I don't want to jinx it.
I was going to say, I don't think we should. Domination feel too bad
for, because there's a chance here for something very, very special in terms of just winning throughout an entire season.
Well, here we go. We've got the league table now. Arsenal, as we've seen, swap places with Barcelona, who started the day at the top of the lot. They now go 2 points clear of the Gunners. Bayern Munich have managed to jump up a spot. They're now third in the table with 32 points on the board. Manchester United then in fourth with 29. AS Roma were able to make up some ground then for today. 23 as they sit fifth in the table. AS Monaco, the reigning champions, just barely holding on in there. With 20 points, they have a 4-point cushion over AC Milan, and Inter, as we've already said, unfortunately, are the first team to be sent packing for this competition.
Yeah, it's a difficult day at the office for the Milanese clubs, but when you're we always say the business end of the competition. This is it. This is the business end of the competition.
Could you see some surprises happening then between, let's say, quickly trying to do some maths here, Roma, Monaco, Milan? Is it really down to those 3 in terms of securing those final 5-6 spots?
Yes, but if you're a Milan fan, unfortunately, you have to go up against Arsenal, who we've just seen have a really good performance against Barcelona. When you come to the business end of the season, you can't come away from a match day with just 1 point. Both Milan clubs did that today, and they find themselves where they are now.
Well, they have plenty of homework then to do over the next few weeks as they get ready to return for the final match day of the season. Well, here we have a look at the top goal scoring players. So for Etorito, he retained his place at the top. 18 goals to his name, the same as his Maccabi. Roxa obviously swinging quite heavy as well, 15 goals and counting. Those are the top 3. Kills you, very impressive as well. 4th, Middleman hanging on in there as well. 5th in the table with 12 goals, unfortunately. That's probably the only reward that he'll be going back home with by the end of this competition. But nice to see, it's quite tight. There's plenty of other players as well with double digits here. Everyone actually in the top 10 has double digits here. And so do you think it's ultimately going to run away with it by the end of the next match day?
Goals-wise, I mean, you're probably looking at Etorito, because you look at the fixtures that are left on the schedule, you're looking at Etorito to probably extend that lead. Although saying that, as Maccabi and Monaco, to go back to that point on the group or on the table, Monaco have Inter next match day, so you might see Buzz Maccabi come away with potentially quite a hard hammering for Inter Milan if he's in the mood for it, shall we say?
Well, he was in the mood for it today, wasn't he?
Certainly was.
Speaking of which, we have our top 3 players of the day. We're going to compare all of them right now, as Maccabi is obviously one of them, as is Urma and Etorito for various different reasons. My apologies, it's Urma, Etorito and Roxa. So is Maccabi not in there, but still not too shabby, the work that he did today with a 4-0 win in the opening game of the day. So taking a look at this, obviously Urma still one of the unbeaten players in this competition, even though he hasn't won everything, but really chipping in to help Roma get those 4 points today. Etorito, what else is there left to say about him, quite frankly? More goals, more clean sheets, the only player with 100% win rate, 6 out of 6. In Roxa, well, we threw him in there because he was the one who ultimately got Arsenal into the top spot. So brilliant stuff from the three of them.
Let me tell you something, you never have to justify putting Roxa in a comparison table like
You
this.
really
You absolutely
don't. I agree.
He is absolutely fantastic. Credit to Irma,
Just to be
though.
fair, though, to his teammates, that's all.
Yeah, oh, of course.
Because it was a team effort to get them into first, you
Credit
know?
to Irma. I misspoke earlier when I said Ethereto is the only undefeated player. Of course, Irma
Yeah.
missed matchday 4, so maybe there's a slight asterisk there. But yeah, still churning in those points for Roma. That'll be something come the end of the season they'll be very grateful for in the long run.
Well, we are getting ever closer to the end of this season. As we said, there's only one round left to go for the regular league campaign before we move on to the knockout round. So let's see what's in store for us then on this final match day 7. It's Arsenal against AC Milan. So now league leaders against one of those outside of the top 6 trying to find a way in. AS Roma will be lining up against FC Barcelona. Bayern München against Manchester United, and AS Monaco, the reigning champions. Maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to make it into the top 6 against Inter, who at that stage, unfortunately, will have nothing to play for. It could be a free hit for them.
It could well be. I will say that first game, Arsenal versus AC Milan, Milan need to give it everything. It's do or die for AC Milan, and they have to go into the Dragon's Den and come away with a result. Not easy to do at all, Wes. I mean, based on how Arsenal just played, it's virtually impossible for them to, unless they come away with a miracle, to get into the knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that the table has kind of thrashed out, it's places 5, 6, and 7 are all eyes on those games. And you look at the games that those teams have to play, you would say Monaco on paper have got the easiest, but you've got Roma, who you can never really count out in any of these competitions because they give you such a fight. And AC Milan are up against league leaders. They'll want to kind of stick a marker down and say, hey, actually, we're still here. We still want to get involved in this. And they, as Harry said, they need to go all in.
They do. It's squeaky bum time. My favorite expression. I'll use any excuse to say it. Any final thoughts you guys want to say before we leave here today?
The only other thing is Barcelona versus Roma. Of course, you've got Arsenal, who are going up against a very desperate AC Milan. Roma versus Barcelona has a lot of permutations as well, so that will be just as difficult as any game that Barcelona have faced this season.
Okay.
And if you are obviously a fan of what we have done here today and of what we have seen all season, you have 2 weeks to get all of your supplies in, to take the phone off the hook, let the dog out, make sure they're fed, do all of that stuff, and then come and settle down for this on match day 7, because it's not going to be one you're going to miss.
It is not going to be one you're going to miss, indeed. Well said. Well, guys, thank you very much. A pleasure, as always. It's been brilliant, as ever. And the good news is, of course, we still have more brilliance coming your way. We're back in 2 weeks' time, May 27th. Save the date, match day 7. In the meantime, you can stay up to date on all the latest across all of our social media platforms. Until we see you then, take care, everyone. Adios.